Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. Hope everybody is having a fantastic day. Today, we are gathered here to once again unite on the most watched channel, the most watched show that I know of personally. But yeah, welcome to Apostate Prophet. David, what's up? How you doing?
It's a crap day. Let's see. We're live discussing the Christmas market attack in Germany. Post. That's a crap day, man. It's a crap day. So, first of all, some idiot, don't know who, but he should be publicly flogged at least, scheduled the Tyson Fury versus Usyk fight.
That's why it's a terrible day.
No, they scheduled the fight for the same exact time as the Pittsburgh Steelers versus Baltimore Ravens game, which for either Steelers or Ravens fan is basically like the Super Bowl of the year. They scheduled those at the exact same time. And Tyson Fury, whom I wanted to win, lost. And keep it, I like Usyk too, but it would just been really cool if they were 1-1, because then they would have had the tiebreaker, and that would have been like the biggest fight since like the Thriller in Manila. But didn't happen. Now,
David, let me stop it. Nobody cares.
And then Pittsburgh lost. It was tied. It was tied at the end of the third quarter, and everything fell apart in the fourth.
Okay, but here's the thing: nobody cares about this.
Everyone cares. Once you get out of stupid Turkey and dumb Germany, the only sports that matter are real football and boxing.
Nobody cares. Literally, not a single person here cares about this. Everyone is
you
like,
literally asked me how things are going. I told you they suck. I'm 0-2 for today as far as stuff that I was watching and what I wanted to happen.
That's good. That's nice.
0-2. Now it's already like in my mind. It's like, oh, okay, this entire stupid live stream is going to be a big disaster because the whole day sucks. It wouldn't make any sense for the whole day to suck and then we have an awesome live stream. So go ahead, bore everyone with a bunch of boring nonsense and make it as incoherent as possible. And make sure you put every dumb comment that pops up on the screen.
Okay. So Misguidance here says, looking on X, is it true that it was not the usual suspect? So here is the thing. I see that lots of people were waiting for this live stream. My name came up, other people's names came up, and so on. When I first saw that there was an attack of somebody driving a vehicle into a Christmas market
in Germany,
it was really messed up. I often said that one of the best things that I remember from my time growing up in Germany is the Christmas markets that were always amazing. Always a fantastic memory. And to receive the news again that a vehicle drives into a Christmas market to kill people, and I saw the video. The video was the first thing that I saw, actually. It's horrific, and it came immediately. It came after just years and many instances of Islamic terrorists, of Muslim terrorists doing things like that, and the initial reaction, justifiably so, was therefore that this is probably once again an Islamist attack. As the news came out more and more, it seemed that there's something a little bit weird about the story here. And the news came out that it was this guy. At first, the name was just revealed as Talib A., which then turned out to be Talib al-Abdul Mohsen. And some people started sending me messages and sending me and tagging me and saying, why are you following this terrorist? Why is the terrorist following you? The terrorist is your fan, and so on. And I thought, wait a minute, this must be a coincidence, right? So I checked, and it was indeed this guy that I had encountered on Twitter, on X, and that I was also following, actually.
You were following him?
Yeah. Until yesterday.
Now you're no longer his follower?
Yeah. So here is the profile of this guy, Talib al-Abdul Mohsen. I followed this guy, I think, as far as I checked, back in just a few months ago, in August or so, because I thought, wait a minute, this guy, Saudi Arabia, opposition, Arabic speaking, whatever. Okay, let me give this a follow. Mm-hmm. I mean, I follow lots of
You
different
follow lots of
people
ex-Muslims, yeah.
who oppose the Islamic countries and Islam and things like that, without necessarily understanding who these people are.
Hey, click on his following.
I never interacted with this guy until Did you?
Click on followers you know. Let's see. Let's see how many of the so Nuria Khan there. So shake it off.
Atheist Republic.
Tommy Robinson, Atheist Republic.
Brother Rashid. Yeah, lots of people also started following yesterday. I believe to just have a quick to have it come up here. So anyway, this profile came up and I looked at it and I checked my messages because I don't remember ever interacting with this guy. And I did see in my messages that he sent me messages several times since 2023.
Dude, those messages better not have said, please help me. I'm really struggling right now. I feel like I'm going to explode if you don't help me, AP. And you just ignored him.
No, the messages were
stuff like that.
The messages were just a bunch of things like his first message. Actually, I took screenshots of those. Maybe I should just bring them up here. The first message was something about, hey, do you want this figurine of this female goddess, which is the trans version of Allah or something like that? Like, what a weird thing to send somebody. Ignored.
Wait, he was probably watching one of your shows and see how much you like weird stuff.
And then when I was talking about Andrew Tate, he sent me something about Andrew Tate, again, kind of pushing me to interact with him, which I ignored again. And then later on, he sent me some other stuff about Islam and made some poorly made AI videos. Like this one, he sent me this. He forwarded me this back in August, where he made a poorly made video where Elon Musk allegedly speaks. He just puts Elon Musk there to then present his narrative instead of putting his own face there and talk.
Someone tell Elon that if he's trying to look like me, he needs to grow out his beard a little.
Definitely.
And put some glasses on. Be a dead ringer.
So this guy has had some real problems.
This man has
real problems.
And he contacted me and I ignored him every single time.
It enraged him so much that he took it out on the people of Germany.
He was also following other ex-Muslims and also tried to message other ex-Muslims. And as far as I can see, most of them ignored him and thought that he's a little bit strange. Some people even that I personally don't have much of an agreement with, like Ali Rizvi, messaged with him and told him to just go away, basically, because he was apparently being kind of, he was being very, very strange, complaining about other people and contacting him. Let me pull that up quickly here. Oh yeah, here. Okay, so here's Ali Rizvi's post. He says, the nutjob terrorist Talib Abdul Mohsen, who murdered at least 2 innocent people in Germany today. It's 5 by now, I think. 5 people. Let me see. The current number is 5 people dead, 205 injured so far.
That's a lot. What did he hit him with?
A BMW small SUV, I think.
Okay, yeah. I guess that makes sense. If you said BMW is like a car, really hit that many people with a car?
No, it was
SUV would make more sense.
Let me see. Yeah, it was a I think it was a compact SUV, whatever, something like a BMW.
German engineering.
Ex-Muslim refugee from Saudi himself, the man was angry at the Germans for being too generous to Muslim refugees. So this is what he says. I personally don't really take Ali Rizvi's description of things very much at face value.
People have been running with it. I told you, because I watched the last videos he posted. He was saying something very different.
Here's the thing. Apparently he messaged Ali Rizvi, and Ali Rizvi mostly ignored the guy. And he says here, he sent me DMs I ignored since 2020, most recently in September, slamming a fellow secular refugee from Saudi Arabia. I just noticed the circled part in the first screenshot below today. So it's very much understandable that if you start ignoring some crazy sounding person, you might not pay attention to the fact that there is something really, really messed up here. this guy. So he said here in the messages, the probability that I slaughter random German citizens due to the cover-up played by German authorities is higher than the probability that I stop my activism against this corrupt organization. And he was complaining about an organization that is known as the Secular Refugee Help.
Is that the one? Is that the one he said was actually turning women into prostitutes or something?
Yeah.
I saw that.
There was a scandal going around about that. This is the organization. It's called Atheist Refugee Relief, or actually, it's called Secular Refugee Relief, and they were involved in some scandal at some point where allegedly they were helping. So the allegations, which they deny, were that they were helping Saudi Arabian, ex-Muslims or dissenters or others migrate to Germany, but then they were there coercing them or abusing them or things like that. And I haven't really seen any evidence for that except some weird video posted of some guy standing there in his underwear, which doesn't say anything at all.
Yeah, but, I haven't heard anything about that except for him in his in the videos that he posted right before his attack. It would be seriously messed up if people are doing that, because that's a scam that other people use in different ways. Traffickers use in different ways. They'll go to the Philippines and say, hey, we can arrange for you husbands in America. And then you're actually end up trafficking them and so on. Or you tell people, hey, we need workers over here. And then you bring them in and they turn out to be sex slaves, or you force them into pornography or something like that. It'd be really messed up if people are doing that with people like in Saudi Arabia who are desperate to get out. You say, no problem, come here. We've got an organization that will help you. And oh yeah, now you're going to do porn or be a prostitute or something.
Yeah, so it says, statement by the Secular Refugee Aids Association on the attack in Magdeburg. The Secular Refugee Aid is deeply shocked by the attack on the Magdeburg Christmas market that took place yesterday. We would like to express our deepest condolences to the victims and relatives of this terrible crime. An individual identified as the alleged attacker has made numerous accusations and allegations about our club and former board members in the past that are in no way based on reality. Now that we have been drawn into this horrific matter, we would like to take a stand. This person was never a member of our association, and we strongly distance ourselves from him. The last out-of-court contact between our association and this person goes back to 2018, 6 years ago. Originally, there was a plan to work together to coordinate aid for atheist refugees from Saudi Arabia. However, this cooperation failed. Since then, contact with the now suspected perpetrator has only been possible through lawyers and courts, because in 2019, members of the Secular Refugee Aid filed a complaint with the police after he made the most vile slanders and verbal attacks. During this entire time, we were unable to identify any reason that would explain his defamation campaign and the aggressiveness of his accusations. This is the thing. Actually, let me finish. This complaint resulted in a lawsuit that the former board members won before the Cologne Regional Court, with the court ordering the person to delete the social media posts in question. The case is currently still under appeal before the Cologne Higher Regional Court. Here is the thing. From what I can see here, so this guy was going around accusing this organization of allegedly abusing Saudi Arabian refugees and being engaged in some cover-up together with the German government and the government of Saudi Arabia, and he was promising that he's going to seek revenge and punish them and things like that. But I have not seen a single piece of evidence for that. He sent that to other people who also mostly either ignored it or asked for further evidence and then ignored it and so on. And the police never did anything about this. And the thing is, my mind, I spent the whole day looking at this weird stuff, and going through that guy's profile is really weird because it sounds pretty psychotic. And my conclusion that I can, like, at this point draw from that guy's behavior and the things that he has said so far are either that he suffers from some very serious mental illness and has had some psychotic break or some paranoia that has taken over his life or something, I don't know, or that he himself might have been a person who basically tried to infiltrate dissenters and ex-Muslim movements in order to bring harm to them.
Well,
which
the other possibility is that he is actually an ex-Muslim and he found out some stuff and he tried to expose it, and he's actually just enraged that everyone's covering stuff up, right?
could
So
also
those are the possibilities. See, so as far as the accusations against this group, I've only seen what he said, and he seems like someone who could definitely be mentally ill. So you can't just say, oh, he must be right about what this group is doing. The person who's saying it is a lunatic. Regardless, whatever his position is, he's a lunatic. He just tried to massacre a bunch of people at a Christmas market and so on. But yeah, this is a weird situation where there are a lot of possibilities here, right? So again, guys, if you just go with him, if you just go with what he says, he's an ex-Muslim who's concerned for other ex-Muslims, and he sees that ex-Muslims are being abused and mistreated, and that there's a big scandal, and the German government is covering things up, and the German police, what he said in his last video, the German police were stealing his stuff, and they were taking his little thumb drive or something like that, and he blames the German people. So his explanation of why he attacked the random Germans at a Christmas market was the German people are responsible for keeping the police in power. That's interesting because that is an idea that we've heard over and over again from jihad. It's exactly what Osama bin Laden said in justifying the 9/11 attacks. What are you doing? You're killing random people. No. Those are not random innocent people. They all pay their taxes to the U.S. government that is making mischief in Muslim lands, and therefore they bear the responsibility as well. So it's an Islamic way of thinking. But anyway, if you take his word for it, he's an ex-Muslim. He came to Germany to get away and to be safe, and then he finds out there's all this corruption, and he's so enraged that he wants to make an example out of the German people who are funding all this stuff. So that's one. The other is he's insane. He's got mental problems, and he's seeing things everywhere, and they're not really there, and he actually goes crazy and goes and kills a bunch of people. That's kind of what he sounds mentally ill. Like even if he is an ex-Muslim, and even if he did see something, he still sounds like he's mentally ill. And the third option is that he is actually a jihadi who was undercover the entire time.
Here's the thing. Lots of people that I follow, that I have seen comment on this, have pushed that one theory, which is that this is a sleeper jihadist who lived undercover and did things for many, 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 many years. The thing is, many, many years would mean that he did this since 2006. He went to Germany from Saudi Arabia in 2006, 18 years ago. So as much as I would like to find the blame in that, and which seems like a plausible explanation on the surface, it's I can't personally say that it is one of those things. I can't personally go for that explanation because I haven't seen any solid evidence for that. Lots of people are claiming that, but most people seem to just base that on assumptions and certain leaps. I don't see any proper evidence actually pointing at that. It could be that he was undercover, that he was here for 20 years, and or in Germany for 20 years, and for 20 years he had a very, very solid job of trying to stay as much undercover as possible and trying to be as anti-Islamic appearing as possible in order to then leak information to the Saudi government or things like that. It could be, maybe it's not impossible. It's not impossible, but
it would actually make. I'm not saying I believe this. I don't believe this. I'm saying I see why some people would believe this. It would make sense for the Saudi government or people within it, like the morality police and so on, to send someone to Germany so that he ends up being the one that people who are trying to, atheists and so on, apostates, if they're trying to escape Saudi Arabia, they'd contact him. If he's informing on them, that would make sense. That's like having a confidential informant for a perfect task if you want to catch apostates. So it makes sense. It's just you could make a seriously good case for any one of these options. You can make a good case that this is a guy who, because you do have people like Anders Breivik and so on who are like, I need to do some big attack to show people how serious this is and to get people's attention. So you do have people like that. So he could just be exactly what he says. You know what? I'm an ex-Muslim. I see what they're doing here. And when I try to bring attention to what's going on, what do? They attack me. You know what? I'm going to go kill a bunch of people to expose all this stuff. So that there are people who think like that. And that's what he says. That's his position. That's what the position you get from his videos. If you look at other stuff and the messages he sends people.
Hey, Jay, what do you want from me, Jay? Can you please set the rosary? What do you want from me? Are you a groper? Are you a neo-Nazi? What do you want from me, you bastard?
Yeah, Jay. Hey, Jay.
So
Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Like, I get to tell you what to do. AP, hey, stand on your head. Why don't you stand on your head? Yes. I control you.
Here, I have it right in my hand.
Here,
I have it right here. See.
I control you. No, put it down. It's upsetting me, and the whole world revolves around me. I'm Jay.
Probably a groper. Groping people left and right. The thing is, I'm
sitting here watching Nick Fuentes, and you're holding the rosary. Only Nick Fuentes gets to hold the rosary because he's the only real Catholic.
So once again, I have seen lots of people take a position on this. I personally can't take a position.
Yeah, I have zero
just
position
can't do that because I haven't seen any single solid piece of evidence, and I can go through much of the evidence that people are talking about to analyze those. I personally haven't been convinced by any of those as proper evidence. I see. Here is the thing. Who was that? Infidel Noodle. She just pointed out that why would anyone do this? So here is the thing. When I love Germany, I love Germans. I have a lot of love for Germany and Germans. Means a lot to me. To see a person who supposedly cares so much about the West and supposedly is so much against Islamization and all of that stuff, for somebody to attack a Christmas market and kill and injure people there, even if this is a guy who has uncovered things and who is outraged and who wants to do something big. I mean, a Christmas market. Are you kidding me? A Christmas market. Like, why would you commit an attack on a Christmas market, one of the most traditional, most German, most Christian, most native things in Germany? It's so ridiculous. It doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, it makes sense for jihadis, and that's why the jihadi angle makes sense, because there are Muslims who want to do attacks, and some Muslims believe it's perfectly acceptable to target a place like the World Trade Center, something like that, knowing that even Muslims will die because they view them as collateral damage. There are some Muslims who are fine with that. There are other Muslims who want to avoid Muslim casualties at all costs, and so you don't want to kill any Muslims, and so those people tend to go after concerts or churches or something like a Christmas market, because there aren't going to be any sincere Muslims there. So that makes sense, and that's why you got multiple viable options here. So I will withhold judgment until I see some decisive evidence.
Here is one of the first things that I thought of when this guy was highlighted. Who is this figure on his profile picture? And the thing is, I couldn't, when I searched for it, I couldn't find any other example of this, except that this guy looks like the younger version of somebody who was killed by America very recently, and that is Qasem Soleimani, who was the Iranian guy. In fact, here, this guy here, who was killed in an airstrike several years ago. That even happened when we were alive. His profile picture looks like that guy, and I'm not sure if anybody can correct me on this or has more information on this, but pretty sure that is this guy. That is this guy. Whatever, man. Here, and I don't understand what the connection here is. Can anybody inform me what this is about? Why
That's
is
not the
he
same guy. That guy's eyes are open, and the other picture, his eyes are you can't see his eyes.
totally?
He's been humiliated.
I think this is the same. I think this is him. This is Qasem Soleimani, and the guy was an Iranian, the Islamic.
That could be like
regime hero.
900,000 different guys, man.
This is a bit of a coincidence. Man.
That could be you if you had a different hairstyle.
I don't know.
You see, and he followed AP, and then has a picture of AP with a different haircut.
And that guy is an Islamic regime of Iran, Shia hero against the forces of the Sunnis, against Saudi Arabia and things like that. So this makes sense considering the background that this guy, the terrorist from yesterday, also claimed that he is of a Shia background, and his grievances with Saudi Arabia began because he's Shia, but then he found that Wahhabism is the real Islam and something like that. There's just a bunch of weird stuff going on. I tried to contact Rana Ahmed. She's one of those German Saudi Arabian ex-Muslims, also in connection with this with a founder of that organization, which that guy referenced. Not sure if she knows more about it. I saw that he insulted her and accused her of being an undercover Saudi Arabian spy and also a prostitute and things like that, which is really messed up and big allegations. So and his accusations were actually, you know what? Let's just
play them all. I think two of them are like 4 or 5 minutes, and the others.
First, I want to play the
shorter.
ones that he posted very recently, right before the attack. So this is what he posted right before the attack, and the thing is, when you listen to this video, it just sounds a little bit insane.
Hi, my name is Talib Al Abdul Mohsen. I'm a medical doctor, psychiatrist.
Like Zakir Naik.
I work in Germany in a government hospital, and this story started a very long time ago, at least 2,400 years, when Athenians executed Socrates for his religion critique. And nowadays, the cultural descendants of ancient Greeks are Europe and North America. And currently, in these countries, the nation that is actively, criminally chasing Islam critics to ruin their lives is the German nation. That's one reason why I hold the German nation responsible for the killing of Socrates.
Does this sound like something a normal, reasonable, rational person would say? I mean, you could interpret this from a perspective of drawing a comparison between what Germany is doing and what the ancient Greek society did, or actually claim that they are totally connected and therefore responsible and so on. But what the hell? What a giant, what a really ridiculous thing to say. It's just so it's so dumb. It doesn't make much sense. What do you think, David?
Yeah, that whole connecting things to Socrates. So I guess he's the new Socrates, and the Germans are the people, are like the Athenians who put Socrates to death. Only in this version of the story, Socrates gets in his car, drives into a Christmas market, kills a bunch of people.
Yeah. Very weird. So see, he seems to have some anger against Germany and the German people, but not sure why he connects this to...
Another reason why...
Actually, let's go here. Okay, this is the next one.
Another reason why I consider the Germans as citizens responsible for the persecution that I'm facing in Germany is the story of a stolen USB stick from my mailbox. But this needs some philosophy to clarify my point.
Did he say it needs
People
philosophy to
usually
clarify his point?
contrast-
It needs philosophy to clarify his point. This seems to be a repeated pattern with this guy. It makes it very difficult for anyone listening to understand what the hell he's on about, because instead of just telling us what's going on, he keeps going into these completely weird rants, which just sounds like paranoia and psychosis.
He sounds paranoid. Just there are people like this. Something gets moved or something like this. They think it's a big conspiracy. People are coming to get them and so on. Something comes up missing. It was stolen by the government and so on. So, yeah, he has this. He goes through this story of how the German government is after his thumb drive.
Yeah.
Socialism with capitalism. But I think they should compare socialism with liberalism, or in this context, classical liberalism. Because when Europeans wanted to replace despotism, they created liberalism based on the question, does the government have the right to limit the rights of the citizen? Life, liberty, and property. And this reflects in the USA and liberal laws. Does the government have the right to prevent the citizen from owning and carrying a gun? No. Does the government have the right to prevent the citizen from installing a surveillance camera to monitor his mailbox, which is outside? No. In Germany, it's different. The laws are based on socialism, which has a concept that the government is responsible for protecting citizens in a paternal way.
Well, here's the funny thing. Until this point, most people who start this video, let's imagine we are at a point where none of this happened, where this guy didn't commit a terrorist attack, where this guy didn't attack a Christmas market. You are just looking at this post, opening this video and start listening to it. You don't know at this point what this guy is actually on about. And until this point, you have even less of a clue what this guy is on about, because none of it really makes sense. It seems that he's making connections in his head and just presenting them to us, and that's it. It's so wild and weird, which is why I'm sorry to say, and I know that lots of people want to think that this is a conspiracy, and this guy is from a sleeper cell and is a jihadist who snapped and who committed a terrorist attack and so on. To be very honest, to me, the simpler explanation, or the more likely explanation, is that this guy is not a jihadist, that he did not commit a jihadist terrorist attack, but rather that he has gone down a very, very severe, I don't know what it is, path of paranoia and mental illness, that this guy needed help. And the thing is, he is a psychiatrist, and
Can you imagine this guy as your freaking psychiatrist?
Yeah, that's.
Have you ever lost a thumb drive? Yeah. How did that make you feel? Did it make you feel like the government is coming to get you?
A 50-year-old atheist and Islamophobic. Wikipedia. Doctor from Saudi Arabia who lives in Bernburg and who works as a psychologist and psychiatrist in a correctional facility in a clinic in Bernburg. So for somebody like that to go down this route, it's very weird. And I know that lots of people tune in and they say, it's fake, false flag, this guy is actually jihadist and all that. Okay, cool. I get the way you want to think that, but where is the evidence?
Yeah, I wouldn't rule those out. But you have basically, guys, you have the three possibilities we mentioned, and then sort of a catch-all. Maybe there's some other explanation that we're not thinking of, and so on. And if you were to assign probabilities, looking at this, I'd think 40 or 50%. I have like a 40 or 50% confidence level that this guy's just nuts, and then the remaining percentage would be like those other possibilities, which, keep in mind, they're still legitimate possibilities. If I think, okay, maybe 20, 30% that this guy's actually a jihadi or something like that, that's still plausible. But we need to see evidence before that becomes
the thing is
probable.
The guy also didn't leave a proper manifesto or explanation or anything behind. At least he's alive. Not sure what he's going to say. There doesn't seem to be much of an update on that part, but we're just left with speculations. The guy rented a car and ran it into people after making these weird videos. But let's continue with this.
So you want to
They're all
install a
weird.
surveillance camera to monitor your mailbox? No, you're not allowed. The government will protect you. You want to buy a gun? You want to carry a gun? No, you're not allowed. The government will protect you. But actually, what happened in my case is that the police itself sent an agent to steal a USB stick from my mailbox because I filed a criminal complaint. I went to Cologne City personally to the police. I filed a criminal complaint against Ala Al-Jubaji, which has the pseudonym Rana Ahmed, and I provided the evidence on a USB stick. What the police did is that they distorted my words. They destroyed a document that I signed, which is called Strafantrag. You can translate it into application for criminal penalty. They destroyed the Strafantrag that I signed personally, and then they claimed that I was confused and they did not understand what I was saying, and they wrote that they did not examine the USB stick. They did not.
Maybe there is a big plot here. Maybe he was actually onto something. They were persecuting people, and the government was in on some corrupt plot or something like that. But the thing is, as far as looking at everything that this guy has said so far, looking at everything that I have heard from this guy, I wouldn't blame the police officers if they thought that this guy is a little bit confused.
Yeah, guys, that's actually very important. So he's complaining that the authorities did not treat this matter as he wanted, but if I were a police officer and I saw this guy coming up to me, I would think he's insane.
Looks like it.
At all. So they sent the USB stick to the prosecution, and the prosecution sent the USB stick to me. Look, it says here, a USB stick is attached. And the moment that the letter containing the USB stick landed in my mailbox, someone came and stole the USB stick only and returned the letter inside my mailbox. And this means that basically these people have sources from the prosecution in Cologne City, and the police is related because I filed the criminal complaints with the.
So he got his USB stick back in the mail, and the USB stick was gone, and in there was evidence which already went to the police and went to the court and then came back to his home into his mailbox, and he opened the mail, and suddenly the USB stick was gone. Okay, there are some aspects of this which don't make much sense to me. Why would the authorities, why would the security forces, why would the people in charge send it back to him in a letter, and then
steal it,
and then wait for it to drop into his mailbox and then steal it?
That is puzzling.
Why would they be doing that?
Guys, keep in mind this is part of his defense of why he's killing a bunch of people. The German police took his USB stick and they mailed it back to him. But then after they mailed it back to him, they stole it. And so there's nothing he can do. The police are corrupt and are conspiring against him. And so he blames the German people for keeping the police in power. And so he's going to go kill a bunch of German people.
And here's the thing. Maybe this guy did indeed lose his USB stick. And we're talking about a USB stick here. Maybe somebody did indeed, handle this mail and felt something and then was like, oh, I want to grab that. Maybe somebody was looking through the mailboxes and felt something inside this envelope and thought, oh, I want to get that. So maybe it was just a random person stealing a USB stick. But this guy jumps to the conclusion that because there was some evidence on this USB stick, which he copied and put on there, which is not unique, which is not, it's not like the government secrets are on there and nobody can find out or anything. It's like it's something that he copied onto the USB stick to just send to the authorities. That's it. Because it disappeared, he jumps to the conclusion that the government is persecuting him. I'm sorry, this sounds very, 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 very much like a severe mental illness.
That is, and as someone who has had some problems with delusional thinking in the past, yeah, that is it. So anyway, anyone else in the world, if you lose your pen, man, I can't find my pen. You think, oh, I lost my pen. There's probably some good explanation. If you're paranoid, you think, nope, someone took it, and why are they doing this? It's not because they want my pen. They're trying to drive me crazy or trying to do this or that. And you think everything is about you, and that everyone is against you. Like German police really German police are really, really concerned about this guy and his thumb drive, and they wanted to steal. I mean, guys, think about how insane this is, right? If they wanted the info, if all they wanted was the info on the thumb drive, they could have just copied that when they had it, given him back his thumb drive, right? Then they've got all the info. If they wanted to keep him from having it, one, they didn't need to send it to him and then steal it. But two, why would they conclude that he gave them the only copy he has of any of this information, which was probably like some of his videos or something like that. But was this did he put all the information on there and he didn't have it on a computer? He didn't have it anywhere else. It was all on here and there's no other backup. So that's the point. It makes no sense. If they wanted the information, they had the information. He literally gave it to them. If they didn't want him to have the information, so they're stealing his thumb drive, that would only make sense if that was the only copy, in which case, why would they send it to him? Why would they send it back to him at all? But why would they think that they had the only copy? And how important do they think this information is that we cannot allow this man to have it? We have to send him his thumb drive back and then steal it.
All the secrets about the world are on this thumb drive, and we accidentally sent it back to him.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Yeah. But I have to say, if this guy's actually paranoid and delusional, it makes perfect sense in his head. Inside his head, it is completely obvious, and you've got a problem if you don't see it.
Yeah. Now, some people asked, is it true that he was a fugitive and that he committed crimes and rape and things like that? Here is the thing. The mainstream media, I saw some mainstream media outlets report on this kind of stuff. I saw some people going around and translating news and talking about this. I even saw, which is very weird, and this is why I just have issues with whenever somebody says X is the most reliable news source nowadays.
I see it every day. It must be true.
Elon Musk himself made a very strange tweet that is just pure misinformation. I'm sorry to say, but he
fact check him.
He implied that this guy was a murderer who was that Saudi Arabia was looking for, and they wanted him back, and Germany refused to extradite him, which is. And I don't even see where he got that from. It's like he completely seems to have made that up, or misunderstood something. Let me quickly find that here. The guy wasn't, as far as we have seen, and by all the information available, the guy wasn't fugitive because he was a rapist or a terrorist or a murderer. Or here it is. So Elon Musk says, wow, this is insane. Whoever refused to extradite a murderer deserves to be punished severely. This is what Elon Musk said. Now, I'm wondering where he got that from. Maybe I didn't see it. So here's Ian Miles. According to reports from UAE, Saudi Arabian ex-users, the perpetrator of the Christmas market attack in Magdeburg, Germany, is a fugitive from Saudi Arabia. That's all, fugitive. The German government refused to extradite him despite requests from the Saudi government, citing human rights concerns. Reports suggest that the perpetrator of the Germany attack is a well-known fugitive traitor named Talib al-Abdul Mohsen. He fled from Saudi Arabia, where he is a wanted individual, and was granted asylum and citizenship by Germany, which refused to extradite him to Riyadh under the pretext of human rights and freedom of expression. He repaid his favor today by committing a massacre. Europe is destroying itself from within. Now,
by the way, that is a fourth possibility, and then there would be the catch-all beyond that.
But
it's possible that he committed some crime in Saudi Arabia. He's wanted. He goes to the German embassy or whatever, says, I need asylum. They're going to kill me because I'm an atheist. I'm an ex-Muslim. And Germany says, oh, okay, no problem. We'll take you in. And then Saudi Arabia says, what are you doing? This is a wanted guy here. And he says, yeah, see, they want me because I'm an apostate. They're lying about things I've done. They just want to get me back so they can kill me for apostasy. And the German government goes, what? We'll protect you. There's no way we will send you back to them.
But here's the thing. I know, but we're just adding to speculations here because
I know that's the point. There's tons of them.
Elon Musk says, wow, this is insane. Whoever refused to extradite a murderer deserves to be punished severely. Now, think whatever you want about who this guy is and what he did and so on. Why is Elon Musk saying that this guy was a murderer and Germany refused to extradite a murderer? Yeah, I understand that he is a murderer now, but Germany didn't refuse to extradite a murderer because he wasn't known to have committed murder until this point, unless Elon Musk has some background information that we are all unaware of. I don't know. So this is one of those reasons why the boss, the owner in charge of X, repeatedly claims that this is the most reliable news source, but then he does this. It's just kind of weird. As far the information that we have,
what community notes are for.
The information that we have is that he is. So Saudi Arabia said that he's a fugitive because he's a traitor or dissident, and because he traffics girls out of Saudi Arabia. Now there are some explanations that need to be given to these two things. A traitor in Saudi Arabia is just somebody who criticizes the government or the king or Islam. If somebody who traffics girls to different countries is just somebody who helps people escape Saudi Arabia.
Someone who actually traffics girls would be a devout Muslim.
Yeah. These things are not actually what people think they are. So we don't have any information on an actual severe crime committed, which is why there is no single evidence that the German government refused to extradite him despite severe, crimes that he committed or anything like that. It's kind of, it is weird, but this is what I mean. There is a lot of misinformation going around and lots of speculations going around. And I'm sure I would like to look at everything that is really, really bad, but where is the evidence? Kay Leafy says, it is my birthday today. Can I have a happy birthday in a Lidawa voice? David.
Happy birthday, Kay! And we're proud of that, yeah?
We're proud of that.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Kay. Kazemi said, AP is probably on the toilet. It's true.
What do you mean? He's right here in the show.
This is the toilet. Apple Baker, Apple Daddy. AP, have you asked Santa about a new laptop? Oh, I forgot that, man.
Gosh, are you dumb?
Yes.
You still got a couple days to put it up and say, hey, what I want for Christmas is a new computer and some dope camera or something like that.
I don't have to put anything up. I can just say, hey, Santa, I want a laptop. 9 Strike, good luck. Thank you. Sivako said, talk to my rabbi about Jews are too nice and need to learn about Islam. Rabbi dismissed with not all Muslims. Problem is fundamentalism. Judaism teaches messed up stuff too. Left feeling discouraged. Reform Judaism, conservative Judaism. Please tell me. Please tell me, Sivako. What kind of rabbi? If you tell me that this is an Orthodox rabbi, I will. I won't say it. It's too dark. But please tell me this was not an Orthodox rabbi. I will get back to it. Issa Kabir, the wooden cabin German markets are spectacular. Yep. Grumpy Granny shared, still love you guys. X, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Will it 1985? Nobody in the world cares about American football. The real football, soccer, is played by foot and is the most popular sport in the world. You sick number one.
Yeah, for like women.
You're sick. You're sick.
Yeah.
Women, but real men want to see something a bit more physical than a bunch of guys running around hitting each other with their purses.
That's true. That's true. Why would an Islamophobe attack a Christmas market? It doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make sense. It's just at this point, it's ridiculous.
That's why you'd have to go. That's why you'd have to go like something mentally ill. The dude is mentally ill. It's incoherent, right? So that's the issue. Is people are like the explanation doesn't make sense. It does if you're insane. It does if you're crazy. It makes perfect sense. Again, if he's actually just crazy, all that stuff that makes perfect sense in his head. It all every last bit of it makes sense.
Yeah.
And he would think if he explained it all to you and you're like, I don't see that, he would actually think that you're working for the German government against him.
Here is a theory that I have seen a little bit that
Another theory?
As it is unfounded, but it kind of seems to make sense a little bit. So Tartar said he exploited fleeing girls financially, emotionally. He incites them against their families and their country. A lot of these runaway young girls have turned to drugs and maybe prostitution in the West. This is not a completely implausible theory. It might be true that the guy was involved in such activities. However, I haven't seen a single piece of evidence of that either. So he was accusing the other refugee organization of doing exactly this. Mm-hmm. But For that, there is no evidence either. And people are now accusing him of having done this, but there is no evidence of that either. So it's just, we are left with this. And there's just one thing which is which I love the most. Since the news came out that this is a guy who is not an Islamist, but rather somebody who is who identifies as an ex-Muslim, by the way. Some people were saying stuff like, "Oh, this is a false flag attack. It's a Zionist Israeli, probably Jewish, trying to make Muslims look bad, which is why he committed a false flag attack and ran his vehicle into a Christmas market." Okay, so this was a false flag attack by somebody who was immediately identified as an ex-Muslim, and it's now everywhere in the news. Great, fantastic. What a smart idea. What a wonderful idea. Big brain stuff, really big brain stuff right there. A false flag attack would be something where the perpetrator is not immediately revealed to be the opposite of what he tries to be. It's so stupid. Alpo Baker, Alpov Daddy, why wouldn't, yes. Salihin Chowdhury, U.S. Zelensky in the Boom Boom Room. That sounds right.
You could pull off Zelensky. Except for your dumb accent, but you're pretty good at faking other people's dumb accents as well.
We as Ukrainians, we just want peace and freedom. And Putin
and the money. We want the money. We want the peace and freedom and the money.
He does not. I was a big comedian. I made jokes with pretending to play the piano with my penis.
Give us lots of money, and then we have the peace and freedom. We buy peace and freedom with your money.
Don't slander Ukrainians, man. How dare you? Misguided gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Misguided. Alhamdulillah. Apple Baker Dawood. Years ago, you did a video. Every terrorist attack is really just an Islamic jihadist attack. Is this just another example of that comment?
Oh, yeah. That was brilliant. I forgot about that point. I should remake that point. Yeah. The point I made years ago was I argued that all terrorist attacks are, at the end of the day, Islamic terrorist attacks in one form or another. They're either direct Islamic terrorist attacks or they're used to support the jihad. In other words, if this is really some ex-Muslim attack, then Muslims will use this, and they already have, right? You saw Dilly Hussein, all these guys, you see, look at the ex-Muslims, and people are going to blame Muslims for this, you see. And they'll use even non-Muslim terrorist attacks, like the Anders Breivik attack, like the Christchurch massacre, and so on. They'll use those to silence critics of Islam. So if it's an Islamic terrorist attack, they'll use it to silence critics of Islam by saying, look, we have to worry about the Islamophobic backlash against us. We need to silence critics of Islam. And if it's a terrorist attack by non-Muslims, like Anders Breivik, or if this guy's not a Muslim, then it's, look, you see, people blame us for everything, and this is why we have to silence critics of Islam. It's driving people crazy, and they're attacking Christmas markets. And so everything, ultimately, somehow they twist into a case for silencing critics of Islam, and therefore all terrorist attacks are ultimately used for jihad.
The funny thing is, there was
nothing funny about terrorist attacks.
Earlier, some British Muslim woman talked about how this is a result of Islamophobia, which is why we need to crack down on Islamophobia and things like that. Already happened as soon as it got out. It already started as soon as the attack happened, which was like, false flag, Israel doing this. I promise you, it's Israel doing this. Man, people are insane. Insane. Anyway, let's continue with this for you.
Police in Cologne City, and they did not even examine the USB stick. They just distorted what I said. They destroyed the document.
They didn't even examine it?
They claimed that I was confused. I work as a medical doctor in Germany, in a government hospital, and they claimed that I was confused when I filed the criminal complaint. So the police in Germany would go
I'm a medical doctor.
So far to protect Ala Al-Jubaji from justice. Because they
Are you looking up his name?
They use her to destroy ex-Muslim activism. They use her to abuse ex-Muslim asylum seekers and refugees in Germany. And by the way, today I sent the details of this story to Rare Foundation, Al-Qist Organization, Human Rights Watch, and Don Mina Organization. I can't mention all the details here right now, but if the laws are based on socialism, as in Germany, envelope, and then
so you're crazy.
This is the inner envelope, but from the side was teared again with a knife. So this is a person who knew exactly what he was looking for. He knew.
This is a person who knew exactly. If you pick up an envelope, and you feel that there's something hard in there, you can probably push it to the corner and then cut that space to get it out of there. It's not a big. It's not a genius act, man.
Yeah, guys. So we're not disagreeing with him that his thumb drive was so, guys, entirely plausible. He sends a thumb drive to the German police, and who's got all this information? They think, who is this lunatic? Send it back. They send it back to him. Someone who's a mail thief and goes around looking for anything interesting in people's mail. Says, "Oh, there's something in there. Maybe it's jewelry or something like that." Tear it open. Oh, it's a thumb drive. I might as well keep this.
There were also ridiculous people like this. How come terrorists never drive a car through a Hanukkah market? In my entire life, I've never heard of a Hanukkah market.
Tons of Hanukkah markets.
Why there's no such thing as a
Hanukkah markets
There
are
have been
big in
terrorist
Germany.
acts and Jews celebrating Hanukkah. I've never heard of a Hanukkah market, but apparently we are supposed to ignore the data and the fact that Jews are primarily disproportionately targeted in hate crimes, and that even just yesterday, on the same day, the headlines were that Jewish girls' school, a Jewish girls' school in Toronto, was attacked for the third time in a row with gunshots. But yeah, why are they never attacking Hanukkah?
This is the same objection as why doesn't ISIS attack the Jews? Oh, because they are Jews. They're secretly Jews. How come terrorists never drive a car through a Hanukkah market? Because they're actually Jews pretending to be Muslims. That's the reasoning, guys.
Except for when
you got all these people who watched our show yesterday. David, I can't believe you don't believe our insane conspiracy theories. It's so simple. Yeah, all this makes sense. But you guys are in the same ballpark with this guy.
The moon is made of cheese. Wonderful platform there, Elon. Thank you, Elon, for fixing Twitter.
That's your stupid computer. Get into it.
It's not.
Letter, Rare Foundation, a knife to steal a USB stick from my mailbox. Look,
This guy took 700 pictures of his envelope.
This is the outer envelope, and then this is the inner envelope, but from the side it was teared again.
Okay, so you're crazy.
You should. Hey, he posted the letter. You should actually translate it for everybody.
Inshallah.
So I published some of the details in this video. Go and watch it.
Nobody wants to watch a fake AI Elon Musk.
Watch it. I've got the details about how the Germans are conspiring against me.
I spent almost 9 years as an asylum activist helping asylum seekers and refugees all over the world. And I got countless reports about crimes and suspicious activities committed by this organization compared to 0 reports about all other asylum organizations in the world. And I reported most incidents to the German police or prosecution, but there was no serious investigation at all. And instead, actually, the German authorities started committing crimes against me to prevent bringing these people to justice.
So from what I have so far understood, he was going really, really crazy about this one organization that he repeatedly accused and even lost a court case to of abuse and misusing people and so on. And here is the evidence, by the way. This is what he posted as evidence.
Her sister.
That's right.
This is his evidence. He says you can clearly see here the evidence.
This is her sister.
That's right. Oh, that's right. I'm looking forward.
That's the evidence.
Powerful. What else do you expect?
As far as I understand,
he's got more than that, man. He's got more powerful evidence than that. Don't act like that was his entire case.
As far as I understand, that guy there was he was one of those managers of that organization, and he's accused of sexually abusing or making use of or corrupting or making use of refugees there or something like that. But this is what he presents as evidence here. And it's so weird. Christian S. Can't believe someone just wrote Ukraine is a Nazi country. Well, there are lots of insane people. The same people who think that Ukraine is a Nazi country because there is a 1% Nazi population. will are also the same people who will say, well, October 7th would never actually happened.
Mhm.
And the moon
Well,
is
Well, it's usually reasoning that we point out is fairly unique to how people go after Jews. In other words, look, this Jew spit on someone, therefore that's what Jews do. The reason that's normally fairly exclusive to Jews. It does pop up in places like Ukraine when if there's a war going on and you want to just blast away at one side. You take up, and this could happen to other things. If a Nazi shows up at your rally, whatever your cause is, someone shows up and waves a Nazi flag, they say, see, it's a Nazi rally. And then they'll label all of you like that. They'll do that with Ukrainians. Oh, look, here's a couple of Nazis in Ukraine. Therefore, Ukraine is a Nazi country and so on. So anyway, it's a way of discrediting your enemies.
pretty stupid.
The sister of Manahil abusing this corrupt organization, abusing the sister of Manahil, and this is
أنا بلبس ستيان بالدوام. هي ستيانة. هذا شو؟ ستيان. شو هذا؟ شفتوا؟ من جهة ثانية. بس أنا مثل ما شرحت.
At this point, I don't understand why he's bringing up this video. This video is this is Rana Ahmed, who is an ex-Muslim in Germany from Saudi Arabia. The comment here says, "Why are you not wearing a bra?" And she then sarcastically responds and says, "Look, do you see this? You see this string? You see this? This is a bra."
Yeah,
And
he's taking this as evidence of like sex trafficking stuff or something.
he says this is evidence that the Saudi Arabia and the German government are infiltrating refugee movements with corrupt people and sex traffickers and prostitutes like her. And this is his evidence. A public video which she published, in which somebody asks her, "Why are you not wearing a bra?" And she says, "You see this? And you see this? This is a bra."
Yeah. So this is all, guys. This all helps lean towards the theory that he's nuts. Again, for the 487th time, a paranoid, delusional person can look at the exact same thing you're looking at. They're seeing something completely different, and you would look at it and go, there is no connection between that and what you're saying right now. It makes no sense. In their mind, makes 100% indisputable. It's 100% indisputable proof. And that's why you would show it and say, look, it's right here, guys. Here's the proof. In his mind, ha, 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 they're saying this not happening. But now I have the proof. Look, she points to her bra.
This was Ala Al-Jubaji, aka Rana Ahmed, a founder and the icon of this corrupt organization. This video, she published it publicly on her Snapchat, showing her during work at workplace Mamonova Cologne, wearing work uniform, showing her breast and describing her nipples. So this
Showing her breasts
And discarding her nipples. He just said that. Hey, someone should show this guy the clip of Muhammad Hijab stripping off his shirt outside the Chinese embassy, because this guy, you see, look at this. These guys are all secret strippers behind the scenes.
This is just such a weird reaction. It's like this is something an Islamist would say in response to a woman just doing what she did here. Look at this. She's getting basically literally naked. She's a prostitute. But for an ex-Muslim atheist to say that's just really, really weird.
Yeah, especially one who's not brand new. Like, you could have someone who's been an atheist all his life in some Muslim country where you wouldn't see that, and then he goes and would be shocked by it. But this guy's been in Germany for almost 20 years.
It's wild. Very, very, very wild.
ستيان شو هذا؟ شفتوا؟ من جهة ثانية. بس أنا مثل ما شرحت قبل هلا لأنه هو الحف تبع الستيانة عالي.
This was Ala Al-Jubaji, aka Rana Ahmed.
So that's the person from his letter.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the person he was trying to sue.
Yes.
And that's his evidence, and presumably that's the sort of thing that would have been on his thumb drive. Look, I have proof that they're running a a trafficking ring. Look, here it is. And then what?
What the hell?
And then-
By his description, if you didn't see the video, by his description, it would look like it's like you would think that she's actually there showing her breasts fully and something like that. It's like none of that is happening. What's going on here? And how is this evidence to her being a corrupt person who has infiltrated the movement with trafficking and prostitution and things like that?
All you could say is she's a woman who has no qualms about showing the top of her bra. If someone is asking her, if someone says she's not wearing one, she's someone who has no problem going, oh yeah, I am. See, there's the top. Here's the top of my bra. I am wearing one. So how you get from that to sex trafficking ring?
Nonsense.
During work, at workplace, Mamonova Cologne, showing her breast and describing her nipples. So this is what she is doing in public. I've been told that
Germany has a very I don't know how to say it. Germany is very liberal with skin compared to America, for example. In America is much more, I don't know what you would call it, prudish or puritanical when it comes to showing skin and all that. In Germany, stuff like this is nothing. And Germany has public nude parks and beaches and things.
They walk around butt naked. All Germans walk around butt naked all day.
Yeah. I've never seen a German with clothes on, literally.
Germans don't even know what clothes is.
But really, Germany is very, very well known for that. So what is this guy's deal?
she is an illegal prostitute and that she tried to convince female Saudi refugees to work with her in prostitution, including a minor who was 17 years old at that time. I've been told that she is a drug addict and
I've been told.
alcohol addict.
Okay.
I've been told.
So you've been told. I see.
By the voice in my head, it told me. It told me that she's a drug addict. So, guys, here's how I would look at this. Okay, so he's about to go. He posted this right before his Christmas massacre, right? So there's no reason to hold anything back at that point. He's about to be arrested or killed or something like that, as far as he knows, and therefore you're just going to let. So some of this is older. He reshared this and he reshared these videos right beforehand. So if he's got evidence, you would think that he's putting the evidence out there. There's no reason to hold anything back. And you look at what he provides as evidence. He seems to think that something is evidence that we would not consider evidence for anything he's saying at all. Nothing. Like if you said, hey, how convincing is it? This woman showed the top of her bra. Therefore, she's leading a sex trafficking ring and putting, even minors into prostitution. I would say zero evidence. None. It is zero confirmation.
Black Angel said he was probably the one asking her about the bra.
He probably was. Why aren't you wearing a bra? Why aren't you wearing a bra? Are you a prostitute? I am wearing a bra. Oh, you see, you're a prostitute. This is the proof.
Black Angel, you're from Germany. You know Germany very well. You can confirm basically what I just said about Germany, right? So it's very, very weird for him to use this as evidence, and to German police.
So this is a very, very, very corrupt organization. And this is Mina Ahadi, the main founder of this organization. And there was no necessity to create this organization.
She's the madam.
Also
she's the pimp.
Founder of the Central Council of Ex-Muslims in the same city. And she did not need to create this organization, this new organization, except if we remember that they themselves say that.
I think that there's actually a very good reason. These are two organizations focusing on different things. One is specifically for refugees, and the other is just an organization to represent ex-Muslims.
at this.
Well, here's the thing. Some Islamists are going around saying, "See, he's one of you guys." This guy was actually actively attacking ex-Muslim organizations and ex-Muslim people and ex-Muslim movements that he got in touch with, and was even threatening them and suing them and reporting them and so on.
That could actually be used to support he's an undercover Saudi agent theory, right? He's going in there. So guys, what's he doing? He's going in there. Makes perfect sense. Does make sense that Saudi Arabia would send some guy as a refugee or an asylum seeker or something like this to go start a movement for ex-Muslims, and you contact him. Makes sense that he would attack other organizations to try and leave himself as the last person standing. Also makes sense that he would attack these other organizations if they're legitimate organizations that are helping people. Makes sense that he would try to accuse them of all sorts of criminal activity and so on to discredit them. And as a warning, did you know this organization, if you go there, they're going to turn you into a prostitute? Here's the proof. Look at this woman showing her bra.
Look at this woman having sex on camera. And it's just her describing something.
She discarded her nipples.
Daryl, Mary Solis, everyone. This is bigly blasphemous. Axial tilt is the reason for the seasons. This is I'm going to report you to the church. Dash, if he isn't Muslim, then I am Buddha. Or are you Buddha? We don't know. So, Eric Barlow, he's a lunatic. Are you saying he's under the influence of a moon god? Well, I didn't say what kind of a mental illness or what kind of substances. So you have a point. Anne Wyckoff, David Wood, I don't buy what he says. It's taqiyya. If he was mad at the organization, he would have targeted it or targeted Muslims, but he targeted a Christian market. David, what do you think?
He actually, couple things there, Anne. And this is why, notice me and AP, we're saying, here are the possibilities. We don't know which one's correct. We couldn't come down on the side of one and say, this is the correct answer until we had significantly more evidence to go on and some serious evidence against the alternatives. But look what happened. Nope. It's definitely taqiyya. That's what it is. Okay. Definitely not convinced. And your objection is, I don't buy what he says. It's taqiyya. If he was mad at the organization, he would have targeted it or targeted Muslims. He wasn't just, if you listen to what he says, he wasn't just mad at the organization. He was mad at police for protecting the organization. The police are all part of this. The police are protecting this, and they're targeting him for trying to expose it. Who do you ultimately need to deal with? The police. Who does he blame for the police being able to do this? The German people. He says it. He says he blames the German people. And now what you would say is, no, that doesn't make sense. It's not supposed to make sense if you're crazy and paranoid. So it's basically everything you're saying. This proves that it's taqiyya, does not prove it's taqiyya. Put it this way. If you want to say, let me ask this. If this is taqiyya and he's actually a terrorist, then why would he attack a Christmas market? Because that makes it look Islamic, right? Why, if he's an undercover Saudi agent who's sent to attack ex-Muslims, why wouldn't he attack them? You're saying, hey, he would be mad at them and go after the organization. That's who he would go after, an ex-Muslim organization, a bunch of apostates. Why would he go after a bunch of random Germans and not the apostates? They're definitely under a death sentence. Why? So it's easy to just say, well, this doesn't make sense. But what happens is people say, okay, here are the 5 theories that are circulating right now. Ooh, this one makes most sense to me based on almost no information at all. Let me rule out the others and I'll ignore all the problems with this. I could easily raise a bunch of objections to the idea that this guy is an undercover Saudi agent, spy, or whatever, trying to infiltrate things. That's possible. It's possible. It could be true. But to just act like that's the knockdown, hands down position, and there aren't serious problems with it, no, that's why.
Here is somebody said Aaron Cohen said he's a trafficker. I saw somebody sent me this earlier today, and I had to look at it. And with all due, I don't know much about Aaron Cohen, but with all due respect to him, he makes the same mistake here by taking what Saudi Arabia said at face value without considering the context of an Islamic country. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, but one second. Pause. Just
What?
like, it's the same thing. Like, information is coming from a bunch of really unreliable sources right now. Like, the information coming to the guy, if he's crazy, the information he's sharing is pretty unreliable. You have to approach it with suspicion. If he's actually practicing taqiyya, he's deceiving people, then the information he's presenting is unreliable. Information put out by Saudi Arabia is pretty unreliable. I would not trust much of what Saudi Arabia. That's the point. We're being given all this information by a bunch of unreliable sources, and you got people clinging to it and saying, "Aha, this proves this." I'm like, I don't trust the information. It could be correct information, but I don't know how I would just be expected to just.
Yeah, let's see what he says.
Going to protect oneself or advance the agenda. But it gets worse. While living in Germany, Abdul Mohsen continued committing crimes, including human trafficking and smuggling young girls from Saudi Arabia. And despite his criminal activities, he secured a job as a psychiatrist in a government hospital. Let that sink in. A man accused.
No, if you think he's too angry, this guy is. I think he's some serious war veteran and specialist and something.
That makes sense, but this is how we're supposed to act. I get why you guys joke about everything and turn everything into a joke. You should be serious. We're supposed to be like this guy.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about this guy.
But here's the thing.
Bad.
He just repeats whatever Saudi Arabia said. So, again, with all due respect to him, he is misunderstanding the context, the cultural context of this, and is just repeating what Saudi Arabia said. What Saudi Arabia said is that he is a fugitive, traitor, and a trafficker. He traffics Saudi girls to different nations in Europe. This is what they said. There is a cultural context to this, and you might not understand the cultural context if you don't understand what kind of stuff is Saudi Arabia is running. In Saudi Arabia, if you criticize the government, you are a fugitive, you are a traitor. If you criticize the royal family, if you criticize Islam, you are a traitor, and you become a criminal. You become wanted. If you flee, you become a fugitive. So that's the first part. Secondly, if you work outside to help others get out and communicate with them, and you tell Muslim women in Saudi Arabia that there is a way to get out of there, and you offer them help. You could be a trafficker. You could be doing this to exploit them, but just doing that alone, that is what they consider trafficking. That is not trafficking. By German law, that is not trafficking. By the United Nations, that is not trafficking. So let's say a girl, a teenager, or I don't know, somebody who is a girl who is 18, who is 20, a woman who is 25, whatever it is still in Saudi Arabia very often treated as a possession who is under the guardianship of either the parents or the husband, or whoever takes their place. And a woman is not culturally considered to have the right to travel freely, let alone to leave the country. If somebody from outside is contacted by this woman and she says, "I am sick of this, I want to leave, I want to get out of here," and that person outside of Saudi Arabia then helps this woman and organizes and arranges her flight to a different country, Saudi Arabia considers this to be human trafficking. That is not human trafficking by any definition around the world. That is what they consider trafficking, because they say, "How dare you steal our women who belong to us without our permission from under our fingers? How dare you do this?" So if you give them what they want, that is what they consider human trafficking, because to them, women cannot make decisions on their own. They can't travel on their own. They can't leave on their own. They have to be always under the guardianship of their guardians or of their men. That's what it is. So no, I reject the idea that this guy was that this guy is just based on the Saudi Arabian information, a human trafficker. There is no evidence for that at all. So I would like to see actual evidence. I would like to see the conclusion. I would like to see where all of this points at, but that idea that he's a human trafficker doesn't make sense. That's a false statement.
Yeah. So, guys, one, it makes sense in the sense that it's coherent, right? It's always possible that you have a guy who committed crimes and then runs and then claims to be, I left Islam. That's why they're after me, not these crimes and so on. Until you that just means it's in the realm of possibility. You still have to provide evidence for it, and we've seen none except Saudi Arabia saying some things which are being interpreted by certain people as confirmation of that theory, and we're just not seeing it.
You said Nazi.
You said
Here is another ex-Muslim, Khadija Khan. She said the terrorist who attacked a Christmas market in Germany is an ex-Muslim. Far-right extremism and Islam. Where was that? Where's the message? Oh, yeah. He used to target ex-Muslims and send them vile, intimidating messages. I am one of those targeted ex-Muslims. I seriously doubt that he helped many ex-Muslims. He must have done it for his own gain. Even if he helped someone, he's a swindler, extremist with malicious intent. I know that I have seen some people show them messaging them and being insulting and really, really weird. So there is a common pattern here. Lots of other ex-Muslims have said that that he made weird approaches toward them. Let's have a few more here. Arctic Base, thank you, AP and Dawood, for exposing mainstream media lies and distortions concerning Israel, Palestine, and Islam. Always a delight to listen to you guys. Keep on with the great work. Love from Norway. Am Israel Chai. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Arctic Base.
Hey, I'm a quarter Norwegian.
Stay based.
It is totally based.
And Wyckoff, Tusi has more info than the terrorists, is a jihadi Muslim. Yeah, probably.
Hey, if he posted something short, we might want to take a look at it.
I don't think he did. I think it's a kind of a 40-minute live stream or something.
Then we're not watching it. Well, we might watch it, but it would be separate.
Tusi.
Here's what sucks, ladies and gentlemen. Anytime there's something like this, I always, especially if there's conflicting reports, I always want to wait like a week or 10 days or 2 weeks or a month or something like that, because that time everyone will have had a chance to filter through everything and so on. But you have to discuss it right when it's happening, because that's when everyone's interested in it. People aren't going to be interested in it a month from now. So it's like you have to discuss it based on limited information. But guess what? If you're discussing stuff based on limited information, you've got a good chance of getting some stuff wrong.
That's true. That's true. Then, of course, there is this funny post here by Sheikh Suleiman Ahmed. I find it so hilarious. This is one of the first things he posted in response to
You see, this is the proof.
The German market attacker was a fan of the Apostate Prophet. Was he radicalized by his ideology? And the evidence and the thing he posted here of everything that he could find was this: me making a joke post about partitioning Syria, where I say, this is how Syria will be partitioned. I have made the final decision. And here he is in my comments. This might be the only time he actually commented on my post. Like he knew part of Israel.
And based on this, he was radicalized, and he said, you know what? I must go kill a bunch of Germans at a German market, Christmas market, to support AP's map.
This is how it usually goes. You
guys, think about this, because this is connected, right? When you spend the last year plus going with every insane conspiracy nonsense about Jews ever, you just get programmed, and your fans cheer for you whenever you do that. Then you just get programmed. Oh, this is what people really like. This is what I need to keep posting. Every sort of deranged accusation that pops into my head. And look, people like it. People like it when Suleiman posts stuff like that.
It's weird. It's weird. Weird stuff.
Hey, you should post some response of some random person who commented on one of his videos at some point and say, oh my goodness, was this person radicalized by Suleiman Ahmed?
I mean, we can just say that all of these guys are together with all the so-called Palestinian terrorists on October 7th who landed in the middle of families, landed in the middle of people, of civilians, and started randomly shooting and executing them on sight.
Hey, don't we actually have a picture of him with David Duke from the KKK? Yes. You can say, yes.
Hey, look, here's Suleiman Ahmed with David Duke, former Grand Wizard of the KKK. Was David Duke radicalized and turned to racism from Suleiman Ahmed, his friend?
Possibly. You see.
Organization was mainly dealing with female Saudi refugees. So they created a special organization to deal with Saudi refugees, especially females, to abuse them. This is
To abuse them. He tossed that in there. See that?
And this person, Mina Ahadi, is most likely a police informant. And she created these organizations, actually, both of them, to destroy ex-Muslim activism. She created the council, the Central Council of Ex-Muslims, in February 2007. And just 1 month after that, the magazine, the German magazine Der Spiegel, published the cover showing the story of silent Islamization of Germany.
Did you get anything informative out of these videos at all from this guy? Any proper
No
motive, anything?
No, what you get is you understand a bit and everything that ties it together. He believes the German government is conspiring against him and that the German people are responsible and that there's this big cover up of what's going on with an organization that is trafficking girls, and to sort of blow the whole thing up and to derail their whole scheme, he's going to go kill a bunch of people at a Christmas market. That's about, I couldn't see any real evidence for anything he's saying. And it sounds like he's crazy. It sounds like he's paranoid and delusional. That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like. That's very much. In any case, anyone who attacks a Christmas market, things like that, anyone who attacks civilians, anyone who does something horrible like this is an enemy of humanity and should be dealt with accordingly. Anyone who attacks places of worship, places of such tradition where people do nothing
the Germans
except come together and live out their traditions and be good. People who attack stuff like this are enemies of humanity. I don't care who it is. I don't care what this is. At this point, I don't know who or what this is. People keep saying all kinds of stuff. I will not take any position anyway. Let's have a look at a few other things here. Here is one of those examples that you mentioned. Amira El-Rawabi says, heartbreak in Germany, thinking of those who have lost loved ones and those who were injured in a senseless attack at a Christmas market that demonstrates how anti-Muslim discourse, hate, and Islamophobia can have devastating impacts on our societies. Oh, cool. Suddenly, this just shows that this is all about Islamophobia, and so
this is why we need to crack down on Islamophobia more, guys.
Thousands of terrorist attacks in the name of Islam, and consider over 80% of terrorism-related deaths are because of Islamic terrorism. So thousands of directly Islamically inspired terrorist attacks have nothing to do with Islam, but some crazy guy, and we have no idea what the guy was on about, commits a terrorist attack, and suddenly says, "You see, this is the proof that Islamophobia is dangerous."
This is why I said all terrorist attacks are now Islamic terrorist attacks, in that even if they're not carried out by Muslims, they are used by Muslims to achieve the ends of jihadis. So if it's a terrorist attack carried out by a Muslim, then that's a big threat. Hey, we will kill and we will slaughter you. But then they'll use that same terrorist attack to say, oh, but think about what would happen. Think about the backlash against peaceful Muslims. This is why we need to crack down on Islamophobia. So they'll use the same attack that is, the intention is to silence critics of Islam, and then they'll use that in a different way to silence critics of Islam. But even then, when you have an attack that is by a non-Muslim, they'll say, you see, this is why we need to crack down on Islamophobia. It doesn't matter what the purpose is, they will use it for Islam. All terrorism is currently used for Islam.
That's what they do. Here's Hamid Abdul Samad. He says he's a prominent ex-Muslim in Germany. He says, in In November, the assassin or the perpetrator in Magdeburg wrote me a message on X and asked me to stop supporting secular refugee aid, the very same organization that he keeps complaining about in those videos. He wrote that he would soon do something that would make this organization the talk of the world.
Well, he did get a lot of attention for them.
So some people asked him, why didn't this raise some red flags? Why didn't you do something about it? But you don't necessarily think that because somebody says something like this, you consider this, you clearly see this as an impending violent attack on multiple people or something like that.
Yeah, like I say that to people. If someone's running their mouth, I'll be like, I'll make you famous. And what it means is I'll make a video about you or something like that, right? If someone said, I'm gonna make sure the whole world knows about this organization, I'm not thinking, oh, I'm gonna slaughter a bunch of people at a Christmas market.
Yeah. Powerful.
Citizens responsible for the persecution.
Citizens persecution people. The persecution of the people is very, very bad. Why are you marking his accent? Here's Ali Utlu, who is a well-known German ex-Muslim as well. What he said is, he usually tweets in both English and here. I'll say it again. Many people who have had contact with Talib like me deny that he was ever an atheist or ex-Muslim. I don't take a position on that, as said. He himself claimed to be a Wahhabi. He had open contacts with Hamas people as well as with supporters of
Look at that
ISIS.
little part right there. He himself claimed to be a Wahhabi. I've also seen he was a radical Shia. That's the point. Very conflicting information.
Well,
ex-Muslim, Wahhabi, radical Shia.
This is what they base this on. From 2016, many fellow Saudi ex-Muslims asked me, fellow Saudi ex-Muslims asked me, do we have to announce leaving Islam on Twitter to get asylum in a Western country? Why? Silly question. I was Shiite, but I found that Wahhabism is the original Islam. I don't even understand this follow-up to this.
Yeah, that's not saying he believes in Islam, right? Like, you could say, hey, I was Shiite, but I found that the worst form of Islam that I hated the most was actually the original Islam. That's why I'm an ex-Muslim.
But it's kind of a weird thing to connect right after this tweet here. So, but based on this, people said, no, he admits that he is a Shia and that he's a Wahhabi. Somebody who is a Wahhabi wouldn't refer to Wahhabism as Wahhabism. So that is Salafi Islam, traditionalist Islam. Salafis do not call it, or Wahhabis do not call it Wahhabi. That's rather disrespectful, considered, or derogatory term, referring to the revivalist, traditionalist Saudi Arabian Salafi movement as Wahhabis, because it is based on one of the founders of this movement, which is
you're attributing it to a person, saying you got this from this guy, rather than Salafis. They call it Salafis because the Salaf is the first three generations of Muslims. They're saying we're tracing it back to the beginning. Other people say, no, you got that from a dude.
Yeah. If you go up to Wahhabis and say, are you a Wahhabi? They will say, Wahhabi doesn't mean anything. I follow the Salaf and I am a Muslim. They will have this whole mumbo jumbo about what I actually do and so on. So they don't use this term. He threatened ex-Muslim and secular associations as well as women who had fled from Saudi Arabia and renounced Islam. I have seen that this is true. So that is really messed up. The association and the women legally defended themselves against him. He attacked the Central Council of Ex-Muslims as well as me as a member. All the major critics of Islam blocked Talib because everyone received confused messages and threats. He never directly...
That does seem to be a common theme. Everyone's saying, hey, I got messages from him and they were creepy and I ignored him.
It's surprising to me that... I should probably pull up the messages that he sent me. The messages that he sent to me were not like, it doesn't look extraordinarily, like I have seen worse things. It doesn't look extraordinarily strange. It just looks like, okay, man, I don't care. Let me see. I should send these over here and have a look at that. Inshallah. Inshallah. Give me a second here. Give me a second of your life.
Never directly criticized Islam or its associations While we protested in front of mosques, he fought us. He also repeatedly defended Saudi Arabia. For what? For what?
Dozens of people are sharing screenshots of conversations where he threatened people because they are ex-Muslims. In one video, he talks about how the left invented Islamism to wipe out Muslims. No critic of Islam would write such nonsense. We organized ex-Muslims openly say that he practiced a taqiyya, which if someone was as Islamophobic as him, wouldn't he try to kill Muslims in an attack instead of Christians? So here's the thing. The one thing that until this day, until now, this moment still doesn't make any sense to me at all, no matter what theory is true, is that he would attack a Christmas market. It only served one purpose. So who did it make look bad? Who did it start? Who did it put through the mud? Who did it serve exactly? It is people are saying that this is about Islamophobia, that this is an ex-Muslim, that this is anti-Muslim bigotry, anti-Muslim stuff. They're saying this was made to make Islam look bad and so on. This is all just serving Islam right now, and just giving people ridiculous ammunition to attack critics of Islam. That's all it did. So it doesn't make sense to me that he would attack a Christmas market, except for the one theory that he was basically undercover Islamist and so on. But once again, that theory also has a lot of absurdities. I don't know what is true and what is not. Why did the authorities not react to him, even though some people pointed out he wanted to kill Germans? Why did they allow this attack to happen? That is a good question. That is a good question. Very, very good question. There are lots of other things. Let me see.
Hey, that was the lady from the video, right?
Yeah.
Was it a prostitution page? Here's how you can hire all our Saudi prostitutes that we've trafficked.
Oh, I think this is one of those threads that goes. Okay, this is below those videos that we just watched. First, I assure you that if Germany wants a war, this is a very messed up one. So this comes immediately after those videos that we just watched, which just don't make any sense, and where he presents his evidence. Actually, let's have a look at this here. Look.
This is my last time trying to make this video. I tried to make it many times, but I cry because lots of memory come to me. I just can't continue. My name is Manahil Mansour Ali Al-Muqbil.
Her name is Manahil Mansour Al-Muqbil. She is an ex-Muslim Saudi Arabian refugee who apparently claims here that she was abused by this organization. And this guy seems to go by her statement alone. I don't know anything about.
Me and my sister sent an email to the police 2009 about what this man had done to us. My little sister waked me up in the middle of the night while I was sleeping, and I saw Dietmar in front of us naked.
He is talking about Dietmar. Dietmar is a guy who was in charge of that organization at some point in the past. He is accused of sexual harassment toward these refugees, but again, I haven't seen any evidence of that either.
With no pants even on, nothing. And we just froze. And he did that many times. He go back and forth from his room to the bathroom or things like that, with nothing on. And we also heard him many times in his room making noises, sexual noises, while we hear all of the three of us. And there is also more things than that happened at that time, and till now things are happening. And now it's happening more because I start to talk, and every time we talk, they do those things to us. They attack us. They did this to my also little sister. They go to her work and they threat her, not her practicum work, and they threat her to lose her job. Rana Ahmed Al-Ajbaji, she threats my little sister.
She's here accusing that other woman This guy called prostitute as well.
The lady who showed her bra. That's who
Yeah.
she's accusing.
Yeah.
And these things also have been happening to me right now, brutally. I'm being brutally attacked, sexually attacked. They call me name, they try to touch me. Not just try, they touch me many times. And they do many things that Stefan and Rana Ala Jabati and Ditmar Steiner were grooming us to. It's the same things that's happening to me right now. And it's like 100 times more because I'm starting to talk and they don't want me to talk. And I am not joking when I say I fear for my safety. Case for that.
I wonder where this woman is now. But she is apparently a refugee from Saudi Arabia who found refuge there in Germany in that organization, and she says that they are abusing her and also threatening her, and that this other woman is in on it, and so on. If true, this is absolutely horrible and should be dealt with. According to the reports that I have seen, the other guy was basing his allegations against his organization on her statement, and he took them to court, but he lost the court case. They couldn't prove anything. I don't know what is happening here. I don't know who is right. I don't know who is wrong. I don't know. All I can see here is that she is talking, and if this is all true, then this is absolutely horrible. But here's the thing. If this problem is not being solved, if there is actually some undercover abuse kind of stuff going on, yes, it needs to be solved. There is some really, really bad stuff. But how in the world does this result in this guy saying the government is in on this? This is why I will drive at high speed a vehicle into a Christmas market and kill a bunch of Germans. It's just, all of this is just ridiculous. You know what? When I sit here and just look through all of this, what I think of this is just, all of you.
Get the hell out of here!
That's all I can think of.
I will say, as far as the accusation, his accusation that this organization is actually engaged in turning women to prostitution, sex trafficking, and so on, nothing he said made me think that, gave me any indication that that is true. That is actually some evidence. We don't know this woman. We don't know whether we can trust her or not, but it was a person who didn't sound insane giving her testimony, and therefore that would actually be some evidence. As far as AP saying doesn't make any sense, you got to learn to think like a crazy person, AP. It makes perfect sense. Hey, there's this thing that's going on. There's this horrible thing going on. It's trafficking these women. There's this organization. I tried to go through the legal route to deal with this. I tried. I spent years talking to the legal authorities, talking to police, giving them evidence. They did not care even slightly. All they did was come after me and steal my thumb drive. And therefore, if I have exhausted every peaceful means of dealing with this, then the only way I can draw attention to this is some sort of bloodbath. I'm saying that is exactly what Anders Breivik said. Anders Breivik said he became disturbed growing up in the 1980s when he saw how Muslims in Muslim areas were treating non-Muslims. He became concerned about Islam. So he said he read the Quran and went through the Hadith and realized there's a problem. And he decided that he would go in a political direction. He would become a politician. He realized that he would have been silenced. He would have been silenced and just called a racist if he's criticizing Islam. And so he decided the only way to get his message out was a deadly shock attack. He said, I learned this from Al Qaeda. If you want to break through the government and the media suppressing your voice, do a deadly shock attack. All of a sudden, people will hear what you're saying. He said, I learned that from Al Qaeda. I'm going to go do the same thing. So it would, if you're kind of crazy, it's a parallel. Like, who did Anders Breivik kill? People said, oh, why was he killing people? Why wasn't he killing Muslims if he had a problem with Muslims? He believed that you'd actually listen if he killed a bunch of random teenagers. He believed that you'd actually listen to and check out his manifesto. So it makes sense. Okay, I'm going to go kill a bunch of random Germans. So I'm saying, from a crazy perspective, it does all hold together.
You're making one good point for the first time in your life, which is that so if this is the way of thinking with this guy, and if his response to all of this is the one thing that will get lots of attention around the world is that I attack random German people at a Christmas market. Here is the thing. I guess up to this point, the one mistake that I would make, for example, looking at this, is to think about the sentimental aspect of it. Like if I started blaming the West, for example, or the Germans for selling things out, I would consider it unthinkable, even in the craziest moment, to go and attack a Christmas market. However, if we're talking about a person who doesn't quite have those sentimental perspectives, and he simply considers human lives, not quite as valuable. He's not quite as sentimental about it, and he thinks we have to make sacrifices to get our point across and to do things. If he is one of those people who thinks human lives are dispensable, if I want to make a point, then some people have to die, even if I'm on their side. I guess it could make sense for him to do that.
It does, and there is the added component, which he said in his video, that since police have this power to silence me and to keep me from exposing what's going on, even though I showed them what's going on. I showed them, and their goal is to silence me. I blame the police, but I don't just blame the police. I blame the German population for keeping these guys in power. So I'm saying, yes, it is crazy, guys. This is not the way any sane person would want to go about this, but there's a reason I'm pointing it out. That this reasoning of Anders Breivik, even though you look at Anders Breivik, and this guy he had a screw loose. He definitely had a screw loose. But the overall reasoning, hey, I have exhausted all peaceful means of dealing with this problem in society. Therefore, I will turn away from peaceful means and I will turn to violent means. Not because I wanted to. I tried everything. It didn't work. Therefore, I'm going to get violent. Same thing this guy's saying. I'm pointing it out because I believe you're going to see more of this in the future. You're going to see more people going, I've tried talking about this. I tried posting things on social media. I tried appealing to the government. I tried talking to the media. I tried all this. Everyone just shuts me down. Therefore, I'm going to take things in a different direction. You do not want a bunch of people all concluding that, because people have all sorts of different ideas, and everyone's just going to be going around just killing people over this. So
here are his messages to me.
You see?
So
biggest fan.
Here's him contacting me back in April 29, 2023. You can see here from beginning to the end.
Allah is trans.
I never responded to him until this point, which says you followed the requester.
At some point, until he put a picture of a naked chick there, and then suddenly we became interested in what he's saying.
In August, I saw this guy pop up, and I was like, Saudi Arabian opposition. Okay, I follow. And in fact, I do remember then seeing the messages of this guy and seeing this first message here and thinking, oh, he's one of those weirdos, but whatever. At least he's anti-Saudi Arabia and anti-Islam, whatever. I don't care. But I didn't think that this would turn out to be this. But I completely ignored this guy. But here it is. So his first message to me was, Allah is trans, based on the real figurine of Asherah, Allah. Would you like to get one? The point is to highlight the pagan origins of Allah. Now, this is not a very nice approach. It's not a very, very smart approach to archaeology and anthropology and religious studies and all that.
And we try to be nice when we critique Islam. So we would never want to, Allah is trans. We wouldn't go around saying things like that.
Yeah.
We might hurt someone's feelings.
Yeah. The first thing he wanted to contact me about was a nude figure of a goddess that he thought is Allah also. So okay, cool. The second thing was he sent me things about Andrew Tate, about how Andrew Tate says he wants to converted to Islam, that he can stone his wife to death if he catches her cheating, and so on. I was talking about Andrew Tate. around those times, I guess.
Why are you bothering Andrew Tate? Is it because he's inspiring young people?
Then he sent me some
to
other
work hard
thing
and
here.
get Bugattis?
Yes. Then he sent me 2 of his videos that are both. This one was some Bill Maher AI generated video, which is very, very weird.
He loves this weird AI generated stuff.
And then another AI generated video where Zainab bin Jash, the wife and cousin of Muhammad, is AI generated talking about what happened to her. All of this is kind of a little bit strange.
You think?
But I never interacted with him, and this is my history with it.
AP's trying to deny his affiliation with his best buddy.
It's very, very, very weird fellow.
Alib.
But the thing is, when people said that they received a bunch of weird things from him, and I saw the messages, I checked my own messages with this guy again, and I'm curious why I received a very soft and mild version of this. He seems to have sent some really, really messed up things to other people. But anyway, so under these videos, he says, first, I assure you that if Germany wants a war, we will fight. If Germany wants to kill us, we will slaughter them, die, or go to prison with pride.
By the way, little side note, look at what he's saying. Germany.
Yeah.
Germany is the problem. Germany is what's silencing Germany is at war with us.
Because we have exhausted all peaceful means.
Dude, I didn't even read that when I said it. As far as exhausted all peaceful means.
State security, the prosecution, the judiciary, and the Federal Ministry of the Interior has more crimes against us. Peace is of no use with them. This sounds
exhausted all peaceful means, therefore I'm going to get really violent.
Like, to this point, we haven't seen a single piece of evidence that the government was after him or trying to kill him or suppress him or anything like that. But here he seems to make it look like there's a big threat imminent and the German government is after him and they want to kill him or imprison him or something like that. I'm sorry, but this strikes me as paranoia, schizophrenic.
Oh, he's paranoid. The question is whether there's actually a serious issue there, right? Like,
I know
it's entirely possible that he saw something, but his reaction is weird, and it makes sense in his head to go kill a bunch of people at a Christmas market because it's the only way of dealing with things.
That's true. Second, Germany's goal has become clear: to spread Islam in Europe. They are attacking political movements critical of Islam by infiltrating them with corrupt people, including addicts, prostitutes, and thieves, in order to corrupt the movement from within. This is a reference to what he presented evidence for up here, and as everyone can see, there is no single piece of evidence of any of that here. In order to corrupt the movement from within, then they use these dirty methods against the dirtiest methods against those who expose the infiltrators. Like what? I haven't seen any evidence of that either.
Oh, hang on. Germany's goal has become clear. So this is the goal of Germany. This is why it's problems with Germany and with the German people: to spread Islam in Europe. They are attacking political movements critical of Islam. So you have apostates and so on, ex-Muslims, or any political group or whatever that's critical of Islam. They infiltrate them with corrupt people, including addicts, prostitutes, and thieves, in order to corrupt the movement from within. So Germany, according to him, is actually at war with something like an ex-Muslim movement or anyone who's trying to expose Islam, and they are using the dirtiest methods against those who expose the infiltrators. So they send in Germany, the German government, the German police, and so on. They send in people to infiltrate and to destroy the organizations from within. And when you expose the infiltrators, which is what he's done, that's him, he's exposing the infiltrators and the ones who are actually turning people into prostitutes. The German police come after you. So in his head, he's actually at war with Germany they're trying to destroy Europe for Islam and convert it into a Muslim continent.
Yeah. Now, I have a lot of grievances with how the West treats
as do I.
Islam, mass immigration, and things like that. But I would never come to the conclusion that it is Germany's goal to spread Islam in Europe. What the hell? I would say that Germans are naive.
Yep.
That Germany is naive, and Germany is being is holding naively and softly to their very Western and very Christian sense of morality and empathy, which is why they are misunderstanding what they're facing, and so on. But to then turn this into the Germans as the evil ones, as the bad guys, worthy of being attacked and killed, that's absolutely messed up. And there are two possibilities once again here. One seems to be more likely to me, which is that this guy is crazy. But there's also the other option, which is that this guy is I don't know, acting, that he's undercover, that he is acting on behalf of an Islamist government, Islamist organizations. Maybe he was contacting a bunch of ex-Muslims, especially those from Saudi Arabia, in order to send their information to Saudi Arabia. Maybe things like that. I don't know. I do not know. I cannot personally say that this one is true, that one is not true. These seem to be the possibilities. I don't know. Or Panturin said he's just Arab. This is just very racist. I would never say something like that. Since the movement of the former Saudi Muslims was successful, they began to plot against it. Right. Okay, cool. Okay, bro. Third, the thing I can hardly believe is Germany's recklessness in imagining that committing a series of crimes against the Saudi opposition will pass without accountability. They think that even if... This is where it gets kind of funny.
And speaking of himself in the third person?
In Kuki. It could be just an Arab thing, but because it's more likely in Arab culture to speak like this. But it sounds also a little bit psychotic. They think that even if
they think even if they try to silence David Wood, that they will defeat David Wood. But I assure you, David Wood will not be defeated, because I am David Wood.
Yeah. They live in their delusions due to their lack of political experience, so they do not take correct calculations. He's once again mentioning that the German recklessness of the Germans creating crimes against the Saudi opposition. All we know of this is that allegedly Germany stole his USB stick out of his.
I don't know why you're laughing at a government stealing a man's property to silence him.
You know, there is one thing which I understand. When the average German, who just wants to not have terrorism and so on, when the average German gets these news, and their first thought is that this is an Islamist, and then it turns out that allegedly on the surface this is not an Islamist, and this is actually an anti-Islam or ex-Muslim against Islam struggle and so on. Lots of Germans think, why in the hell do we have to deal with this? Why do you bring your garbage over here? And I understand that. I sympathize with that position. I genuinely sympathize with that position. But here's the thing. If even I sympathize with that position at this point, maybe this was also part of the plan all along. Maybe this guy was doing this on purpose to discredit the anti-Muslim or anti-Islamic movements. We don't know. Fourth, the crimes committed by the German authorities against Saudi refugees are very dirty and extremely shameless. Whenever we deal with them peacefully, they become more shameless, as if they are deliberately trying to convince us that peace is useless in Germany. All this is because they want to spread Islam through the dirty means that Islam has been based on since its first appearance. This strikes me more as a very poor attempt at trying to sound like a hardcore anti-Islam extremist. I've never heard an ex-Muslim speak something like this.
You've never heard of an ex-Muslim driving a SUV into a Christmas market, so you can't treat this guy like he's everyone else.
Good point. We start with the first story. This is a story that appears in Dietmar Steiner's video, and we talked about Manahel al-Mukbil in her video. I will post below the evidence from the police files. The story began at the end of 2017. Then he goes in length into the same story. This is the organization that abused her. It was led by Dietmar Steiner, and so on. They were subjected to abuses that put them under psychological torture for 6 to 8 months. I still need to see evidence. All we have, the evidence he attaches to this is just him reporting things. That's it. He just attaches evidence of him reporting things. That's it. That's all there is to this. I'm serious. That's really all there is to it. Here is a police report that he filed, which says, I published today, 2020, December, this tweet. The woman in the video is this woman, and the man is Dietmar Steiner, in charge of that organization. At this time, she called me and said that her Stefan Paintner contacted her and that she is very afraid of Stefan Paintner and Dietmar Steiner. And this is basically just saying she told me that she was being abused and so on. That's it. That's the evidence. Dass ja eine Laiengeschichte werden könnte, wenn das auf jeden Fall ein Vernehmungstermin vereinbart diesem stimmt. Here, this says that that the person complaining, making a complaint, the woman in that video who claimed that she was abused, said that she didn't want to give a statement for now, but she made an appointment to give her statement at some later time, and so on. Anyways, it's a bunch of he said, she said stuff, and as a result of all of this, he says the German government didn't do anything. Therefore, I take it upon me to ram a car into the Christmas market.
Get the hell out of here!
That's it. That's the story. Apostate Gaming. The main problem was Western liberal governments refusing to extradite terrorists, period. Canada refused to extradite. Germany refused to extradite. Britain refused to extradite. It is suicidal empathy. You make a good point. However, in this case, there is no case of terrorism. There is one thing, however, which is that what I would say, Europeans need to stop thinking that they are that they have a responsibility to the rest of the world to open up to refugees of any kind. It's not your responsibility. And yes, I know that this is a human rights declaration thing. Screw the human rights declaration. Elon said, David Wood, I'm sorry for your loss, Fury, but all the eyes are on Bivol BTB 2, which should be one for the ages. Nerdy stuff. Would rather talk about Star Trek. Up Earth 6987 says, how can we uncover a coward practicing taqiyya? Is there anything they can't lie about? Normally, if somebody is very violently and in a very hostile and dirty way insulting Muhammad, that would be a bad giveaway. But then again, if somebody works for a government, they could figure something out to justify that. I don't know. David, what do you think? You're muted.
As far as how you know if you're talking to someone who's deceiving you, we've brought this up many times, but if you have a genuinely peaceful Muslim, he's going to say, no, Islam is a religion of peace. Don't associate us with that. Guess what? If you have a Muslim who wants to violently subjugate you and you ask him the same question, he's going to say, oh, no, Islam's a religion of peace. So how can you tell the difference? It usually just takes time. But as you have evidence come out, you can start saying, okay, what fits best? That this guy is trying to deceive me or that he sincerely believes what he's saying and so on. So I would do the same thing here. Doesn't seem to me. I think it's improbable, not impossible. It could be the case, but he sounds like a guy with mental health problems reacting to what may be a legitimate situation. So the only actual evidence I've seen of this situation going on is the woman saying it. So either it's a guy with mental health problems reacting to a real situation, or a guy with mental health problems reacting to a situation that only exists in his mind. That's what it looks like to me so far.
I want to In a little bit, after a few super chats, I want to respond to some of the allegations that people have made about his background and so on. I want to go through those and look at what other people said. But let's read a few super chats here. PBUM said, AP, this is to buy your bookshelf, and please get David Coppleston History of Philosophy, Angela Merkel to blame in stupid European politicians. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Did you tell me to get Coppleston's History of Philosophy?
Yes.
That can't make any sense because it's right there behind me, so I don't know what he's saying.
I don't think you have that. Apostate Gaming saying he's right-wing misses the point, as if jihadism isn't right-wing too. The point is a proper government would honor the extradition request. Not necessarily. We don't know what he was actually, wanted for by Saudi Arabia. It seems on the surface that it was just things that Saudi Arabia doesn't like, and that are not illegal. And if a European government has the suspicion that if they send this person back and he hasn't committed a serious crime, it would result in his execution or something else, they will not comply with an extradition request.
Yeah, guys, and different countries have different rules about this. Like Canada won't extradite if a person in the U.S. commits a murder and flees to Canada, Canada won't extradite the person in the U.S. until you agree that you will not seek the death penalty against the person. They'll say you have to. We will only extradite this person if you guarantee that you will not pursue the death penalty. So, and by the way, I am completely in favor if you bring in some sort of refugee or something like that, and he's from a country where you could get the death penalty for various objections to Sharia or complaining about the government and so on. I would be in favor of countries being suspicious when they're contacted by the Saudi government. In other words, if the Saudi government says, hey, this guy's a traitor and he's committed all sorts of crimes that he needs to be punished for, bring him here. I would hope that a Western nation would say, we do not trust you. You're going to have to provide some serious evidence of serious crimes, and then we'll extradite him. But we don't trust you because we know that you are the type of government that kills people for criticizing the government, speaking against Islam, things like that, and therefore we don't trust you. So I'm not condemning Germany because I don't know what the evidence is. If it was clear that he had committed all sorts of real crimes and so on, and they provided solid evidence to the government of Germany, and Germany didn't hand him over, okay, that's Germany's problem. If they just said a bunch of things about him, and we have to punish this guy, send him back here because he's committed all sorts of crimes and he's a big problem, I wouldn't, because that's exactly what they would do with a person who just made fun of the government or spoke against Muhammad or something.
That's what they do. Carl Karsnak said, you will never be white. Stop trying. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm much whiter than lots of white people.
It's pretty darn white.
And also, I could put white paint on my face. So don't tell me what I can't do or what I will not be. Don't be ridiculous. Willett says also a theory. Maybe he wanted to make the AfD party gain more votes. That's why he repeated the Islamic terrorist attack of Berlin. But the theory doesn't make sense to me because it would turn out immediately that he is not an Islamist. And it's weird. And Wyckoff, okay, you're convincing me. He's a psychiatrist to boot. Why are so many shrinks crazy? Why are they not? It's an interesting and complicated field that deals deeply with the human psyche and its pitfalls.
You could also, whether you realize at some point, some people realize at certain points that they have mental health problems, and that makes them interested in psychology. But if you also think differently from other people, you think other people think weird. How are you not getting this? What is your major malfunction that you do not understand? That my thumb drive just came up missing, and so the government is conspiring against me, and I have to kill them. If you don't see that, then you can become interested in psychology from that perspective. How do other people not see things the way I see them? Let me study psychology.
That's true. I'm too white. What do I do? You can always paint your face black. Yeah.
And then post a bunch of pictures of yourself like Trudeau.
You're not white, F you. Yes, I am white. You're not telling you. Who are you to tell me I'm not white? You know what the funny thing about this is? I just find it so funny when I see these white nationalists turn up. The oldest found human remains from Europe hint at, or clearly actually demonstrate, that the oldest native population in Western Europe was not white-skinned. They were very, very, very brown-skinned, very dark brown-skinned, and slowly adapted, and were actually pretty much invaded by whiter people and mixed and became white. The Indo-European people came in and mixed with them and so on, which turned them more and more white. And it's just weird to me, this whole white thing. Race is nonsense.
Are actual racists saying this stuff, or is it just people messing with you? Because if it's actual racists, I'm inclined to mess with them. Be like, white people just had all the important genes bleached out of them.
It's funny.
That's why they can't walk out into the sun without getting a sunburn. They're immune to the sun. They have to live underground in darkness, like sewer rats.
Powerful, powerful, powerful. What do you think the chances are that this causes some self-reflection in Germany's part in the immigration policy? 0, maybe 0.00001%. I would say it's probably 0.0001%. What do you think, David? In one word.
I don't know. There's this issue of they've had way worse. I mean, they've had a bunch of bad things over the years. I mean, they've had attacks like this in the past. They've never learned from them. But over time, resentment and anger can build up in a population, and you can eventually have a situation where one thing just sets people off and they flip out over it.
They can't. Never happened.
Well, you have it right there. Tusi TV's shows he's still Muslim.
I don't buy it. With all due respect to Tusi, Mahar Tusi, he's my guy.
Scroll through it and see what evidence he gives.
My guy.
You said he was like 40 minutes. It's 23.
So,
yeah.
A lot of proper work that we've done to find out more about the attacker. Now, there are a couple of things to cover when it comes to this. If you haven't obviously seen the other videos, make sure to watch the report. So obviously developments changed there from the first live stream. The mainstream media are focusing on the suspects, right? Now, this man is a doctor from Saudi Arabia. We know that. He's 50 years old, from Saudi. He's been in Germany since 2006. Now, the media have been going around saying he is an atheist. Some say he's far right, and some say he's anti-Islam. We are here to tell the truth. We've done our homework. They are lying to you, and they are falling for the propaganda. We will focus on the true agenda of the man. We are focusing on the problem of sleeper cells, and we are focusing on how we can go forward. Just because somebody self-identifies as something doesn't mean it's true. I can self-identify as a penguin. It doesn't mean I'm a penguin. Or I can self-identify as a woman. It doesn't mean I am a woman. Now, the actual information.
That's very racist.
That was very transphobic.
That was very racist against trans people.
Yeah, it's just because he just randomly attacks trans people. You're not a real woman just because you say you are. Do you have balls or not? It's messed up. It's because we like Tusi. It's funny that we're just randomly.
I know. He's a cool guy.
Born on the 5th of November, 1974. This man.
5th of November. Remember the 5th of November.
Is not an atheist. This man is not anti-Islam. We've had a recent case in the United Kingdom, a number of them, that extremists claim to have converted to Christianity to avoid deportations and to seek asylum. This man is a foreign criminal wanted by Saudi Arabia. Actual criminal, but also as an extremist. Anybody who goes around and kills innocent people, he's an extremist. In this video, we are also going to talk about the concept of taqiyya in Islam, which is misleading and lying on purpose. Now, let's talk about this. We have some information about Talib's own details. This is actually it was a messenger service. We found his address. First problem. This is where he's based, Nuremberg, near Nuremberg, right?
He said he's based.
Tusi just said this guy's based. That's messed up.
Near Munich. This was where the attack was, Magdeburg. A random small town near Berlin. Not even actual Berlin or Hanover. Why would he decide to go there? Not Munich, for example, which is closer. And why attack Christians at a Christmas market, right? If you're anti-Islam. A lot of people are falling for the propaganda coming from the media. It's so interesting to see how easy the corporate media are still able to manipulate the public. Now, he's not an atheist because we have the evidence as well. First things first, there's this video of Talib confirming that he actually has set up an organization, even online, to bring in more migrants into Germany. the extremists who were being chased by governments, including Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia obviously are doing a massive crackdown against extremists. Watch this.
Hi, my name is Talib. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I'm an activist. I created a website to help people seeking asylum, especially from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region.
He's bringing in more illegal migrants. He's not an integrated German atheist or Christian. He's part of the problem. Now, German government have
hang on. So far. Now, this is a 20+ minute video, so it's always possible. It's possible we're about to get a bunch of evidence. What we just saw fits perfectly with what the guy's been saying, right? That he's helping people, but who's he helping? He's trying to help like atheists and so on. So saying that he's helping get people to Germany from Saudi Arabia, that's exactly what the guy was saying. And he, according to him, so he wants to help people, but there's an organization that is taking the refugees and turning them into prostitutes. He tried to convince the German government. German government wouldn't listen. He blames all of Germany. Germany is trying to Islamize Europe, and he's declaring war. That's his reason. But anyway, that evidence right there, guys. What you want to be careful of, whether it's from me, AP, or whatever, is here's what we're saying. Here's the evidence, and then moving on, and not actually asking the question, hey, does that actually support that case? Or does it fit in perfectly with the alternative? This case, what just was on the screen, that fits perfectly with what the guy was saying. So we'll have to wait.
I only have one issue so far with this, which is that he just referred to Magdeburg as a random town. Magdeburg is not a random town. It is
a random crap town.
It is an extremely well-known.
How are you going to act like you know Germany better than Tusi?
It's an extremely well-known city. It's the it's one of the largest cities in the region. Actually, it's the capital city of the state that this is in. It's a very well-known city.
They're doing a massive crackdown against extremists. Watch this.
Hi, my name is Talib. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I'm an activist. I created a website to help people seeking asylum, especially from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region.
He's bringing in more illegal migrants. He's not an integrated German atheist or Christian. He's part of the problem. Now, the German government have helped him. Saudi Arabia wants him because he's a criminal, but he's also an extremist. We're going to talk about the extremist part because we have more evidence for that. The German government, in fact, refused to extradite him to Saudi Arabia. So this man should like the German government, but he doesn't. He's still anti-West and he's still anti-Christian. This is where it gets interesting. So this is a post by him in 2023. Responded to a post by Israel and the IDF saying, no, we will return Hamas to Gaza. And if you like, we can bring Hamas to your home so you can taste it. He was still pushing for Hamas, which is backed by the IRGC.
Go back to that.
I saw this tweet. I'm not sure if I bookmarked it. He was actually not responding to Israel. He was responding to a now deleted comment in the comment section of Israel's IDF. But he did indeed say this. And what do you think of this? Without context, what do you think of this, David?
No, so wait, this is a response to something the IDF posted?
No, this is a response to something that somebody else posted, but that is now deleted in the comment section of the IDF.
So someone posted something, and we don't know what he's responding to because it's been removed.
Yes.
And whatever it is, he responds to it. No, we will return Hamas to Gaza, and if you like, we can bring Hamas to your home so you can taste it. I'm not interpreting it the way Tusi is interpreting it.
How are you saying this?
We will return Hamas to Gaza if you like. So it sounds like he's talking about someone in Gaza, right? Someone runs their mouth and blah, 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 blah. And he says, oh, we can return Hamas to Gaza. If you like, we can bring Hamas to your home so you can taste it. So, hey, you like Hamas, you're cheering for Hamas or whatever, then hey, we can show you Hamas. It sounds like he's even responding from the perspective of someone who's on the side of the idea. Oh, if you like Hamas, we'll bring them back and you can taste it. We'll bring them right back to you. That's how I would interpret it, unless I knew exactly what he's responding to.
That's of course what you would say because you're biased now.
Yeah, so the issue here is, I understand looking at this saying, we will return Hamas to Gaza And acting like this is a threat to non-Muslims, this sounds like it's a threat to people who are defending Hamas. We love Hamas. Okay, well, if you want Hamas, then we'll give you Hamas. We'll give you Hamas. We'll take all the Hamas jihadis who are in prisons and stuff, and we'll send them back to you. And will you like that? So at best, I would say it's ambiguous. So here again, I would not take this as the case cracker. So we're gonna have to see what else he has.
Inshallah. I will. If somebody can send me a link to this tweet, if somebody has it handy, I thought I'd saved it, but apparently I didn't. Please,
this is the proof.
Please do so. Otherwise, I'll just scroll through here and look through it.
Hamas to your home so you can taste it. He was still pushing for Hamas, which is backed by the IRGC, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Shia extremists, right? Who are obviously in collaboration with Hamas and Hezbollah. The anti-Islam atheist was attacking Israel, saying we will bring back Hamas. Number one. This is also interesting. The foreign criminal was wanted by the Saudi government with a Shia background. He has been in Germany since 2006. Shia extremists, ladies and gentlemen.
Right,
we have more evidence about this as well. Shia extremists obviously don't like Saudi Arabia and don't like UAE, Bahrain, many of these governments, because they're doing a crackdown on terrorism, which is, by the way, funded by the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is important to talk about taqiyya. Taqiyya is a concept in Islam. There's a license to lie. You are able to pretend you are something else or somebody else in order to further your own agenda. They've done it so many times, including the recent terrorists.
For the very first time, somebody uses the taqiyya idea, and it's actually kind of makes sense in a way to me. For the first time, normally people very often throw around the word taqiyya and then accuse anyone of just lying. In this case, it gets closer to actually making sense, which is that the guy comes from a Shia background, and in his background, so the original idea of taqiyya in Shia Islam is if you face persecution from the Muslims, because that's what they were being oppressed by, from Sunni Muslims. So you Shia are not liked, you are oppressed. That was the original idea. If you face persecution from Sunni Muslims, you are allowed to deny that you are Shia, and you are allowed to pose as something else to save your community, to save your lives, and so on. This idea was then expanded on the Shia Islam, which and turned into basically hiding your identity, making things up, and so on. In this case, the guy is indeed a Shia Muslim from Saudi Arabia, which has a history with oppressing the Shia. And in that case, it would make sense for him to engage in taqiyya. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying it makes sense.
It would make sense. It would make sense either way. A Shia could practice. A Shia can practice taqiyya. Sunnis also can practice taqiyya. It was more heavily used by Shia Muslims because they were typically the minority and were attacked by Sunnis and therefore had to lie about what they actually believed more so. But taqiyya goes right back to the Quran and the commentaries and the Hadith and so on. It's not any sort of deception. So the idea is not just that you can go around lying for any reason or something like that. You can lie to protect yourself. You can lie about your goals and agendas and so on to keep people in a state of ignorance about your ultimate intentions and so on. But no, I believe there are lots of Muslims who practice taqiyya. I believe there are lots of Muslims who say, hey, I love you, I'm in Islam's religion of peace and so on. And they know it's not. Is that what was going on with this guy? I haven't seen it yet.
Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff.
Claimed that they have converted to Christianity. They do this to
that happens too. What he's saying is true.
If someone from Saudi Arabia, claim that you are an atheist or you convert to Christianity, then you could claim that if you send me back to Saudi Arabia, I'll be in trouble. Human rights. It's happened many times. And sleeper cells is also an important concept to focus on, because part of the act, if you are someone like Talib and you've been there, you've been in Germany, and you know you're an extremist and you know Saudi want you, and you have a plan, what do? You create a persona over time to go around and claim that, yes, I don't like Saudis, Sunni Muslims. Whoa, this is bad. Yeah, we shouldn't Islamize Europe. Yeah, at the same time, also attack Europe for being Christian. So you do this to create a persona. So once you get caught, people assume, actually, no, he wasn't an Islamist. That's what you do. He also posted this. First, I assure you that if Germany wants a war, we will fight it. If Germany wants to kill us, we will slaughter them, die in prison, blah, blah, blah. Because we have exhausted all peaceful means. And all we have received from the police, state security, and everything else, right? The man was not on the watch list in Germany. He's a foreign criminal. He was a foreign extremist. Saudi Arabia wanted him back. He's been posting publicly on social media about attacking Germany, and somehow the German authorities did not have him on a watch list. That is a problem.
This is a big issue, which is true. He did indeed openly post, when was this? Months ago. That was in August. In August, he posted about how he would slaughter Germans if it came to it, or he would fight, he would die fighting, and so on. And nobody did anything about this. And this is totally true. And the German government did nothing about this. It's a bit messed up.
Well, I mean, think about this. I mean, how many Muslims are posting that they want Sharia and they're going to overthrow the German government and the British government and the French government and so on, and no one ever has a problem with any of that.
What the German government has a problems with is instead just words. If you offend somebody, they're like, "How can you do that? How can you do that?"
By the way, as far as that message there, if you just read it, it proves Tusi's point, namely that this guy should have been on some watch list based on what he was saying. But that message itself, when we in context, actually fits with the theory that he's upset at the German government for refusing to protect these women, and after he's exposed the sex trafficking scheme.
That's true.
What's
true? Neglect from the state in general, despite his own persona, right? The man was an extremist. You know, he killed people. He also said, in my experience, the German police themselves are the biggest drivers of crime against the migrants. The German police are a kind of terrorist organization that deliberately instigates conflicts amongst migrants until they carry out attack against Germany. So saying that basically they are agitating, antagonizing migrants to cause trouble. And now he did it, so he can now blame the German government. Oh, I'm the victim. The German government made me do it. The Christians
Good point.
made me do it. It gets worse. Brother Rashid says, I am a former Muslim, and I closely follow the stories of those who leave Islam. I often connect with them on social media, interview them, and explore the reasons for leaving the faith. Over the past 20 years, I have interviewed many ex-Muslims. I reached out twice to Dr. Talib, inviting him to share his story and other topics on camera. However, he declined both times. I typically ask tough questions during my interviews, which makes me wonder why he refused. Each time he cited a temporary medical condition, claiming his face was swollen as the reason he could not appear. Below other DMs as he rejected his request. So someone who's claiming to be ex-Muslim and wants to be outspoken somehow refused to actually be interviewed and be scrutinized about it, right? Now, he also said, actions speak louder than words. If the Saudi perpetrator truly hated Saudi Arabia, he would have targeted Saudi Arabia, not Germany. If he hated Islam, he would have attacked an Islamic gathering or symbols. The fact that he carried out his attack in Germany, targeting Christians at a Christmas market, points to only one conclusion. The thing he hated most was Christians. Terrorist actions are driven by what they despise the most. And in this case, his target makes his motive clear.
I would agree with this initially, but again, as you pointed out, this is how a normal person would think. Mm-hmm. How a normal person would think, and this is how I would think.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't take my hatred and my rebellion out on Christians that I claim to support, or the West that I claim to support, but for a very, very deeply unwell person, it would make sense, as David also explained earlier, to target those you claim to support. To him, there is nothing sentimental attached to this. This is just humans are dispensable and they serve a purpose right now. And attacking a Christmas market and killing some of them is not necessarily a great loss or something that he would be terribly against.
Yeah, and I would also add, a Christmas market doesn't exactly mean that it's loaded with a bunch of Christians and therefore that you're targeting specifically Christians. I'm guessing everyone goes to, I'm guessing tons of just regular Germans, whether they're Christians, atheists, what it's like. I mean, it's like here in the United States, everyone's celebrating Christmas and so on.
That's true. It just has a very, 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 very traditional, aspect.
Christmas feel. Yeah. So this is a situation where lots of people are going to be persuaded by this, because unless they've paid attention to what the guy says and his reasoning, it makes zero sense, right? Like once the guy lays out what he said, then you think, okay, that's crazy, but I understand why he targeted Germans. He explains why he targeted Germans. The German people are the ones keeping the German police in power. The German police are the ones keeping the sex traffickers in a situation where they can keep bringing in Saudi refugees and forcing them into prostitution and getting them addicted to drugs and so on. It makes sense in his head. I mean, think about this. You're looking back saying, hey, why is Europe and Germany being Islamized? Why is Islam taking over?
Yes.
Weirdly enough, it's not Islam. Islam can't do it unless people help Islam, right? Islam could not do it by itself. Islam has to be helped by politicians and journalists and police and everything, which is exactly what's going on. So in his mind, who's responsible for the Islamization of Europe? These people who keep this government and these police and so on in power. That's what he said. So this is another situation where, okay, you're right. It doesn't make sense that he would attack a Christmas market. If you heard Saudi guy attacks Christmas market, that really, really sounds like an Islamic terrorist attack and so on. But there's another problem here. There's another problem here in that people are saying he's pretending to be an atheist. He's pretending to be against Islam, but then he attacks a Christmas market. Like, why would he finish all his work and to cap off all his work, pretending to be an ex-Muslim and then do something that would make everyone think that he's a devout Muslim? You got that, guys? In other words, if he wants to keep up a charade, if it's a charade that he's an ex-Muslim, he's actually a devout Muslim. Well, what has been his entire goal? Convincing people that he's an ex-Muslim. What sort of great job do you think you're doing if you're attacking a Christmas market, which everyone is going to conclude you're a Muslim, and you're trying to show them that you're an ex-Muslim to such an extent that you post videos explaining why you're attacking random Germans, so that you explain, hey, the reason I'm attacking ordinary Germans is because they're the ones who are propping up the government that is Islamizing Europe. Why would you say that and simultaneously attack a bunch of random Germans at a Christmas market, which is going to, it allows people to completely derail your story. So anyway, this guy sounds crazy and delusional. He doesn't sound like a Taqiyya mastermind who's putting on this big show and then derailing it at the last second by attacking a Christmas market.
You know what? There are lots of Islamists, the notorious Islamists going around right now and making this, actually taking the opportunity, and instead of being charitable people like us, taking this opportunity and saying, you see, this is proof. This is a classical example of how the ex-Muslim anti-Islam movement is dangerous. We have to stop it. This just makes me want to go and fully abandon all kinds of reason and logic and say it's very clear that this guy is a jihadist undercover, and we know it, and there's no denying it, and he did it all to make ex-Muslims look bad and all that.
Yeah. Guys, here's the real takeaway. Here's the real takeaway. When you have very limited information and lots of the information is coming from unreliable sources, this guy is an unreliable source of information, right? Because he may be crazy. He could be crazy, or he could be practicing Taqiyya, or he could be lying about certain things and be crazy. So there are all sorts of possibilities, but you have to question what he's saying. Also, if you have information coming out of Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia saying this or that, then you have to say, okay, I don't really trust that information as well. And so you have a bunch of, if you have a bunch of information coming from unreliable sources,
okay, David,
it makes it, I'm done. It makes it plausible to come up with a range of theories, and anyone can point to a theory and
we
say
have a conclusion. We have a conclusion now.
Well,
this guy is an undercover Islamic terrorist, jihadist, who deliberately infiltrated ex-Muslim spaces to attack them and to harm them, and he's actually he actually did this for an Islamic purpose and wanted to kill as many Germans and Christians as possible. He is a jihadist, and this is why we need to get rid of Islam.
Okay,
Islam is the problem. This is the fact. I'm going to look at her video here separately.
Most politically incorrect, as she calls herself. She did this video explaining also the concept of Taqiyya, as I said.
Contrary to some claims, he was neither an...
Actually, let's just watch it.
Yeah, just watch it, man. It's only...
Let's just watch it.
Very long.
atheist nor an ex-Muslim. Talib falsely portrayed himself as an atheist ex-Muslim and victim of...
Okay, guys, can we all agree that he was a jihadist and he did this just to make ex-Muslims look bad, and he did this to further the goals of Islam, which is why we need to immediately put an end to Islamic immigration and imports and crack down on Islam, right?
Definitely. And anyone who disagrees with what you just said is a racist.
Yes. Thank you.
The Saudi regime, while simultaneously accusing the German government of prosecuting female Saudi asylum seekers and promoting an agenda to Islamize Europe. His identity as a radical Shia Muslim is evident, even from his name, which explains his hostility towards Saudi Arabia and his wicked jihadi agenda. Leaked tweets and chat screenshots now circulating on X reveal...
I saw this one. I fail to remember who he sent this to, but this here just makes him look really messed up. Okay, if so, then in the name of the Saudi military opposition, I order you to delete your comments about me. Otherwise, the Saudi military opposition will consider your comment an act of aggression against the Saudi nation, period. So you're threatening me now? I'll surely send this to all the lawyers you're trying to contact, including Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, but go ahead. Okay, you will regret your attack on the Saudi nation. And maybe this should be reported to the Swedish and German governments as well. By the end of the year, I won't exist anymore because I would have brought justice to Germany, but other members of the Saudi military opposition will take care. We pledge. Highly insane and probably jihadist. Prove me wrong.
His connection to radical Islamist networks, including accounts linked to ISIS. And ex-Muslim organizations and activists on X have also reported receiving direct threats from Talib. Ask yourself, why would an atheist threaten ex-Muslims? It doesn't make sense. This is a classic example of taqiyya, an Islamic practice that allows Muslims to lie and deceive to advance Islamic goals or agendas. Talib's false narrative designed to sow division, chaos, and terror reveals the psychopathy and manipulative nature of a jihadist.
This is actually a quite good point, because what did this attack do so far? What did this attack do? Did it bring any trouble to the Islamist agenda? No, it didn't. Did it cause an internal discussion among people who oppose Islam and ex-Muslims? Yes. Did it cause confusion among those who are against Islam and those who left Islam? Yes. Did it give the jihadists, the Islamist ammunition against ex-Muslims and anti-Islam activists? Yes. Did it cause any harm at all to the ever disgusting reputation of Islam? No. Did it give Islam a break? Yes. Therefore, what she said here makes sense. It is very likely a jihadist attempt at making ex-Muslims look bad, and it's actually a very sinister, you could almost say demonic or satanic plot. And it's not entirely unreasonable that Islam, with its adherence to satanic and demonic forces, would take this step. It's a very evil plot to infiltrate the West and to turn the West against the only ones who can help the West against Islam, the ex-Muslims. There you have it.
His actions seek to destabilize and confuse society, to paralyze any meaningful response to radical threats by portraying himself as a victim of Sunni Saudi Arabia, who he, from his radical Shia perspective, considers fake Muslims. He furthers both his jihadist goals and his sectarian battle.
This is why we should have stopped the Islamization of Europe a long time ago, because now you have these inverse attempts at making it look like the opposition to Islamization is the evil one. This is a very sinister and very nicely designed new strategy by the Islamists, who are trying to infiltrate now the anti-Islamic movements by carrying out these same Islamic jihadist terrorist attacks. For 18 years, this guy presented himself as an ex-Muslim just to further his jihadist agenda, and possibly went out abusing other ex-Muslims because he knows that ex-Muslims are the only hope for the West. And he knows that the West is very pure in morals and in development and advancement. And he serves the Islamic satanic agenda, which is why he took things into his hands with the help of the jihadist satanic forces and carried out this attack. Unfortunately, lots of people have fallen for this operation upon our collective mind. You shouldn't fall for it. Ex-Muslims are the only hope. David, what are you smirking at? Do you have something to say?
No, it's the fact that the two stories that are going to dominate about this guy are the ones that are not the most probable explanation. It's going to happen. You're going to have the Muslim explanation, and you're going to have the critic of Islam, no, he's practicing taqiyya explanation. And those are going to be the dominant explanations. And the explanation that makes the most sense is actually going to end up being ignored. That's what I think is funny.
Good. I also want to add, guys, I'm not saying that this is all a fact. I'm just asking questions. So.
Just asking questions, guys. Are we allowed to ask questions or not?
Are we not allowed to ask questions anymore? What the hell is this?
Yeah, we can't even ask questions. Maybe this guy's right that the German government is oppressing people and not allowing them to speak.
Powerful.
Yeah. Now, if you want more, we have more evidence.
But wait, there is more.
I'm interested.
Some of you are familiar with Omar Abdulaziz. Talib confirmed his connection to Omar Abdulaziz, who's also another extremist, also wanted by Saudi Arabia. Now, how many times do we have to actually show evidence for the mainstream media to do their homework? It shouldn't be our job to do it. It should be their job to do this. There's also the Middle Eastern Christian saying this. What happened in Magdeburg, Germany yesterday was a horrific terrorist attack on Christianity, on Western civilization and values. But let's be honest, this didn't come as a surprise.
There's actually one detail here which I think everyone gets wrong about who Omar Abdulaziz is. He's considered a criminal by the Saudi Arabian government, but he's actually not an extremist. And Talib praising this guy or tagging him is actually not evidence of him being an extremist. However, considering that in our environment right now, it is not considered appropriate to go for the evidence and the facts, I will just drop my objection here and say, yes, this is clear evidence that he is an extremist with jihadist ties. If you want to play the game, guys, I would totally go ahead and play that as well.
Omar Abdulaziz is a Saudi Arabian dissident video blogger and activist living in exile in Montreal, Canada. As recounted in the film.
Oh, you're not supposed to say that, man. We are supposed to just push the.
Oh, okay. So he's a radical. He's a radical Shia. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
They have to actually show evidence for the mainstream media to do their homework. It shouldn't be our job to do this.
Hang on.
What?
I just looked up why Saudi hates him so much. He hosts a YouTube satire program known for its criticism of the kingdom and its leadership. So this guy has a satire YouTube channel making fun of Saudi Arabia.
So he's an ISIS terrorist. Well, that makes sense.
Got to be.
Eastern Christian saying this. What happened in Magdeburg, Germany yesterday was a horrific terrorist attack on Christianity, on Western civilization and values. But let's be honest, this didn't come as a surprise. Not to me, not to anyone who has been paying attention. Europe has been overrun by immigrants and fake asylum seekers for over a decade now. The majority of them are military-age men, not families fleeing genuine persecution. The reality is that these individuals cannot and will not be integrated into European societies. The belief in supremacy, the imposition of Sharia, the disregard for other religions, and the refusal to separate religion from state, all of these elements are incompatible with the very foundation of Western democracies and, of course, Christian values. That's why he attacked Christians at a Christmas market.
Hold on. What? I thought when he was reading all this that he was going to bring up evidence that this guy said, no, we must establish Islam. We have to, or something like this. and that it was going to be evidence. Apart from that, he just said, hey, there are lots of Muslims who want to infiltrate. I mean, that's all true. I mean, that stuff's true, that you have tons of fighting age Muslim men claiming refugee status. Some are legitimate, like I can't live here and I'm a minority Muslim, or I'm from this and I'm actually in danger here. Some of it is legitimate. But then you'll also have people who are completely illegitimate, but they'll say the same things. In other words, they'll, even if they're an ISIS jihadi, they'll say, oh yeah, I'm a persecuted Shia in this country, so bring me in, or I'm a Christian, or I'm an atheist, bring me in. That all happens. That doesn't mean that's what that guy was doing.
Yeah.
So I thought it was going to be, this guy was saying something about the agenda of Islam, and then he was going to show that our Christmas market killer was going to respond, no, Islam will rule, or something like that. But
we don't care about evidence. What are you talking about?
So I don't understand.
He was a jihadist. That's
that was just taking super chats.
Yeah, there's nothing other attached to this. Are you now attacking my Artusi or what?
No. What I'll say is, I understand reading some of those points and concluding that he again, it is a live option for me. You've got dead options, which are things you can't take seriously. It is a live option that this guy is actually a jihadi, that he was practicing various forms of deception and so on. I didn't see the case cracker there that would convince me that that is the best explanation for what just happened.
Yeah, so let's return to being serious. Since David doesn't want to be serious, he's just joking the whole time. But so the Omar, what's his name? Omar Aziz, what's his name? That guy, he's not an extremist. He's not a criminal. He's criminal possibly by, he's criminal by Saudi Arabian standards. So the guy that Talib was interacting with, he's criminal by Saudi Arabian standards. But I would also be a criminal by Saudi Arabian standards simply because I criticize Islam. That's it. The guy is just an activist and a satirist. Satire is illegal if it's against Saudi Arabia, in Saudi Arabia. So this is not evidence that he is actually a radical or that he has connections to terrorist cells or anything like that. Unfortunately, it's just not evidence. Here is another tweet suggesting that the terrorist Talib Jawad Abdul Mohsen, the perpetrator of the Magdeburg terrorist attack, is wanted in Saudi Arabia, but Germany, which criticizes what it calls the suppression of the Saudi opposition, granted him asylum. Most importantly, Talib is closely linked to the Saudi fugitives Omar Abdul Aziz, a refugee in Canada, and Yahya Asiri, a refugee in UK. Like Talib and Asiri and Omar, opponents of the Saudi government incite violence and support extremist groups in the Middle East. This is an anti-dissident, pro-Saudi report here, for example. This is not evidence that these guys are terrorists. Omar Abdul Aziz is not an Islamic extremist or terrorist. This guy is actually just a satirist. So people who have used, and I've seen lots of them, people who have used this as evidence to terrorist ties are wrong. This guy is not a terrorist sympathizer or an extremist. He's a satirist. If Saudi Arabia declares somebody a fugitive or a criminal, it's not because that person actually did something bad. It's because they oppose Saudi Arabia. Much of the time. Let's take a few super chats here. AP studying PhD psychology, German ex-Muslim David would diagnose psychopath. PhD, what are you talking about? Doctor of philosophy, couldn't ask for a better set of opinions here. Yeah, totally. Misguided said, sidebar, can you give me your opinion on the hordes of Middle Eastern men being situated en masse all over Ireland? Well, I recently gave my opinion on Ireland. I would say that I don't really care about Ireland, honestly. And I hope it gets filled with Islamists. And in fact, I would think that a very good solution to the currently ongoing Israel so-called Palestine conflict would be for all those who want to live in a better place, for all the Gazans, for example, to go and live in Ireland. Perfect solution. Since Ireland seems to be hell-bent on supporting the so-called Palestinian case, I think Ireland should be filled, willingly, of course, peacefully and willingly and nicely, with Palestinians who want to live there. Ireland should open their doors and make a full remigration solution where all people from the Palestinian territories, if they wish, can move over and become Irish citizens directly. However, those people should not have the right to travel freely in Europe after that.
To sweeten the deal, because people might say, no, we want to stay here and fight the Jews. You can offer them all the daughters of Ireland and say, these will be yours. We offer them to you, small price to pay to show our tolerance and diversity.
Yeah, I do not care about Ireland. Ireland can go to hell, for all I care. I mean, when has Ireland been on the right side of things? Seriously. They think that because they have a problem with territory and with Great Britain, that the entire world functions just like them, and we know exactly what it means to be occupied. This is why we support the Palestinians. Your history and the history of the Palestinians have nothing to do with each other. They are completely different, have no relation at all, and you people are imbeciles if you actually think something like that. If that is your logic, you people are absolute morons, and I'm not surprised that people have some strong opinions about the Irish intellect. So, sorry to say, it's a little bit harsh, but I usually have respect for I don't know, Irish beer, Irish culture, Irish people, Irish
leprechauns,
the Irish accent, and so on. But apparently, the country collectively has some really dumb logic going on. And just like in the Second World War, they were like, we believe both sides are bad. The Allies are also doing very bad things. That's what they were thinking. They were being isolationists. When Hitler died, they actually issued condolences to Germany for the loss of Adolf Hitler, and so on. And right now, they're basically once again on the same side of things.
Yeah. So, in short, Ireland, you can take your Shamrock Shakes and your Lucky Charms and your leprechauns and your pot of gold and your dumb accents and your everyday St. Patty's Day. So let's just stay drunk year round. You can take all that. We don't keep it. We don't care.
Take a bunch of refugees in Ireland. I don't care about Ireland. I don't care. If Ireland doesn't care about Ireland, why would I care about Ireland? It is really difficult to keep sanity in a Muslim country. And sorry, one thing more to add there. In Ireland, lots of people have very strong opinions about mass immigration and Islamization. And they want to go out and say, why are there so many refugees here now? Why are there so many Islamists, so many refugees? And also, we are against Israel. We support Palestine. Well, go F yourself. Traffic Monster said it is really difficult to keep sanity in a Muslim country. Even if you move to another country, those hysteria always stays in your head. Greetings from Turkey. I hear you and I see you and I know what you mean. But just don't run your vehicle into any Christmas markets, please. CA, not from X social media. Aaron Cohen and Tusi reported. Alhamdulillah. I checked both. Sivako, not Orthodox, Reform Conservative congregation. See, I knew it. But that response pushed me to solid conservative. Also thinking about Master's program in Israel. Now, I am not one to take an opinion or to judge here the Jewish denominations, but this is just something that you hear from, I'm sorry, but this is just something that you hear so often from Reform Jewish people or authorities that, oh no, Islam is not a problem. Islam, all religions have a bad aspect and so on. Shut up. Tezbot just got here, but I stand by it being a disgruntled Jehovah's Witness.
That is probably the best comment of the day. That's true.
Powerful. AKS99 rejoined Islam plus went jihad to avoid punishment. Could make sense, maybe.
That could. I mentioned that there's a catch-all, which would include other hypotheses that we haven't thought of yet. So this would be, I think, the sixth plausible hypothesis, namely that he's an ex-Muslim. He actually became an ex-Muslim, spoke against Islam for many years, then became reconvinced that Islam is true, but now he's in trouble for all the things he said against Islam and all the things he did with the ex-Muslim community. And so what is your one guaranteed path to paradise? Go back to Islam and wage a terrorist attack. And that is your best hope for getting in good with Allah, because that's the thing more than anything else that impresses Allah.
Fatwa said it's not everyone in Ireland. It is literally every single person.
Every single person is sitting in front of a pot of gold and saying, I want to give this to a Palestinian. And that's what's going on. you prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. We're waiting. We're waiting right here. Prove us wrong.
The funny thing is,
What?
contrary to most Europeans, Irish people don't seem to have a very good sense of humor when it comes to being insulted. The Miss made a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Vitaly Koshin, what do you guys have against Zelensky? I don't have anything.
No, Zelensky. I don't know who that is, so I have zero problem with Zelensky.
Is it Ukraine's fault Russia attacked them? I'm both Ukrainian and Jewish and a believer in Christ. How to react? I don't have any problem with Zelensky.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. And I've said it in Ukraine. I mean, in my mind, Russians are pretty similar to Ukrainians. They're all lumped together. I think of them as very, very similar kinds of people. I do not know that is correct. The point is, I'm not just thinking, oh, I really like Ukrainians, but I really can't stand Russians. I do not trust Putin. I do not trust Russians insofar as I know they want to expand, not necessarily to conquer the world, but they do want the stuff around them. They want the stuff that's close to them. So they want Ukraine. They want to expand. And I do not trust someone like Putin expanding. And so I'm on Zelensky's side in this. I hope that the Ukrainians keep fighting until Putin eventually backs down and he goes back to Moscow, so completely humiliated by wasting all that time and effort and resources and all those lives that were lost, that he is just he's kicked out and never listened to again. So not sure what you're talking
David was
about
joking earlier. Putin is an expansionist, irredentist, imperialist, aggressive, Hitlerite bastard, and the Ukrainians deserve their own sovereignty instead of being constantly told, no, you have to go by what we say.
Especially by the Russians who, when they were communists, starved millions of people.
Yeah, Ukrainians deserve their sovereignty. They deserve their sovereignty. Putin needs to go figure it out. Yeah. And Russia, Mother Russia, it all does not belong to Mother Russia. Mother Russia, we are tired of Mother Russia. That's our fault. That's our thoughts. Chance Schofield, my country's government publicly honored a Ukrainian Nazi who brought him to our country. Ukraine's government. How many countries are bringing actual Nazis to other countries for praise? What they honored is unknowingly somebody who fought for a Nazi faction during the war in the liberation of Ukraine. Just because your country was occupied by the Soviet Union and you were then pushed to the side of the Nazis and fought for them with one oppressor against the other oppressor, that doesn't mean that you are all collectively guilty in the Nazi crimes, and it also doesn't mean that everyone has to know that every Ukrainian veteran is a former Nazi. It's a ridiculous association here. Ukrainians were brutally oppressed by the Soviet Union, and when the Germans arrived, the Ukrainians didn't know much about what the Germans are actually doing. To them, this was change. The nationalists saw this as a liberation, and they sided with them. And it didn't last very long because the nationalist movements inside Ukraine started getting oppressed by the very same Nazis that they aligned themselves with. Things went south very quickly. But you can't really blame an oppressed population for siding with another oppressor in their fight for liberty. It's bizarre. It's absurd. If Veritas, Ape, opinions on the historicity of the Tanakh. What's the Tanakh? Do you mean the Tanakh? Do you mean the Bible, the Old Testament, the Bible, or do you mean, what is a Tanakh?
You might mean Tatanka.
What is it?
Means buffalo.
What is a Tanakh? Tanaka. There's a Tanaka, which is a paste made from ground bark. I don't think much about the historicity of it. I don't know. Is this supposed to say the Old Testament?
No, it's
Bible?
Nanaka. What do you think about the historicity of that paste?
So I think that the historicity of this is pretty much undisputed. So I think the historicity of this paste here is very undisputed. You can see it clearly here, and I don't think that there is anything wrong with the history of this paste.
Made from ground bark, distinctive feature of the culture of Myanmar, or Burma, depending on your preference.
So this is probably about the Bible and about the Tanakh. I don't know what to think about the historicity of it. I don't really have an opinion on the historicity of the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, or the Old Testament. From my perspective, it seems that that certain parts, including at least the first 5 books of Moses, seem to be more not relevant due to their history, but rather due to their message and their legacy and the things they tell and so on. I would say that after the 5 books of Moses, the rest of it is very much not necessarily historically disputed, or there is no reason to dispute it. But again, it's like, I don't really care much about the historicity of it. What do you think, David? You think it's all false? There is no God. Why do you believe in Sky Daddy?
If it's all made up, anything in the Bible is completely false. The Bible says who the Roman emperor was at the time of Jesus. This means there was no Roman emperor because it's in the Bible.
You see, Based Ape, don't let terrorists win. We are not scared of you. We do not live in fear. Merry Christmas to each and every one of you. Peace and love to you all.
Do we look scared to anyone?
Yes, we look terrified. I messaged with a few people at least who are from the region and who somebody who was even very close to the attack. So anyone who experienced anything, harm, whatever from this, I wish you all the best. Sorry for your loss. Stay safe. And I hope people can solve this problem soon enough. Michigan Tricker was watching some 2C TV a bit ago, and he was saying it is taqiyya, and he suspects to still had extremist Islamic views, did not like Christians, and was actually part of a sleeper cell. He didn't seem to like Christians. I think that kind of is true. Yeah. Benjamin Fairhall, as Christmas is a celebration of the Muslim prophet Jesus, the guy must be an apostate. Powerful.
Yes, Muslims should celebrate. Muslims who, since they believe in the virgin birth of Jesus and they believe in Jesus and they love him even more than Christians, they would never attack a Christmas market.
Every Muslim always has a Bible.
The proof!
Every Muslim always kisses the Bible and says, "This is the best book ever." And I'm just joking. For those who don't know, Muslims don't get anywhere near the Bible. So the idea that Islam is an Abrahamic religion with the same texts is not really true. Muslims don't recognize the Bible and also don't read the Bible. Kein mehr Sitzpinkler, freundliche Weihnachten. Is this a terrible, poor attempt at making a German comment here?
That's kein mehr Sitzpinkler. That's right. That's right. No more, because you're already full. Germany is chock full of Sitzpinklers.
That's true. Blood went nuts after reverted to his factory settings.
Reverted to his factory settings, which is slaughter people. No, I actually pointed that out in response to a comment. You could, as far as why even an atheist would, if he's an atheist and he's an ex-Muslim, as he has claimed, why someone like that would resort to terrorism. Well, keep in mind, if he's raised in Saudi Arabia, that's how you can deal with it. It's similar to like Masab. It's like, why is he so mean? Well, think about how the environment he's raised in. You can be raised in an environment where this is how we deal with things, and you can change your beliefs, but you're still a pretty brutal type guy. You could be that. You could be like that and think that terrorism is the way to go when things go wrong.
Here is something that is, I think, of significance. Yasmin Mohammed made a tweet about this. I'm going to get back to your super chat, Jay, in a second. So Yasmin Mohammed said, the man who was arrested for the most recent terrorist attack on a Christmas market, this time in Magdeburg, Germany, is allegedly Saudi national Taleb al-Abdul Mohsen. I've known him for years, online only, and he never seemed stable to me.
That's what he doesn't seem stable to me either.
He obsessively went after an ex-Muslim Saudi woman. We can confirm this. She's talking about. She's talking about the one that.
The same one from the video, the one who showed her bra.
Yeah. He obsessively went after an ex-Muslim Saudi woman. He wanted my help in exposing her, and then turned aggressive when I wouldn't comply. Friends have shared with me that he was targeting other Saudi female activists as well. I still can't believe this is real. I knew he was unhinged and I wanted to keep my distance, but I never suspected he would be violent.
Quick pause. I just wanted to comment. For everyone who thinks, no, he's actually a mastermind. Okay, if he's not off his rocker, right? If he's not off his rocker, he's sent by the Saudis. Keep in mind, you have multiple options here. You have people think he's sent by the Saudis. Then you have, no, he's a radical Shia. You're getting very different explanations for this, for where this guy, what this guy actually believes. But if you go with that theory that he's either a Saudi mastermind or a devout Shia mastermind who's sent by some other masterminds to infiltrate and undermine and so on, why would he constantly portray himself as deranged to everyone he interacts with? Like, what's the purpose of that? In other words, when someone really sounds unstable constantly to a variety of people, you have to think, okay, either this guy is legitimately mentally ill or he's pretending to be mentally ill. Why? If he's trying to get in good with all these people like Yasmin and AP and everyone else, why would he constantly portray himself as mentally unhinged if he's not?
Because
what's the purpose, right? You got to account for that. Your theory has to account for that.
Because
see, I'm thinking if someone seems mentally unhinged, I'm thinking he's either mentally unhinged or he's pretending. And it could be like, suppose you're going to a trial, you want to portray yourself as mentally unhinged so you can use an insanity defense. Okay, but this guy sounded like this forever to everyone. So that's some long-term planning. Hey, I'm going to spend decades pretending to be mentally unstable with everyone I interact with, and everyone's going to think I'm crazy. And that way, when I eventually launch a Christmas attack, people will just dismiss it. Well, what's the point in terrorizing then? If you want to terrorize someone, it actually helps to, as part of the definition of terrorism, is you have a message. The message that he wanted to spread with this terrorist attack, according to him, was the German government needs to stop what it's doing, needs to stop spreading Islam and these kinds of things. If you're thinking he means something else, well, the message is kind of lost, isn't it? If you're trying to terrify people, that message got lost. I mean, if you're trying to terrify people and make them shut up about Islam, that message was lost in translation. So if he's this mastermind, why couldn't he get a message across? Why does he portray himself as completely deranged to everyone? Doesn't make sense.
I'm not sure
but I'm just asking questions.
I'm not sure what this comment here is supposed to be. Ankush Saha said Jews follow the Tanakh, not Bible. Tanakh is just the Hebrew term for the Hebrew Bible, which means the Bible, the Old Testament in Christianity, excluding the New Testament. It's an abbreviation. It's very typical in Hebrew, where the T stands for the Torah, the N stands for the prophets, and the K stands for the writings. Tanakh, that's what it is. So, not sure what you're on about here. Powerful. There is suspicion now that he was actually working with Saudi authorities to bring down Saudi female activists. This is, again, a theory that makes sense. And although I cannot confirm this, obviously, I will say that this theory aligns with my experience and exchanges with him. This is a tragedy on top of a tragedy on top of a tragedy. This will now make it harder for ex-Muslims to seek asylum in EU or anywhere, probably. The first thing that I thought about, that I thought when I looked a little bit further into this, is that this guy, since he was aggressively trying to make contact with every ex-Muslim out there, probably made some connections with people, especially from Saudi Arabia. I people from Saudi Arabia, ex-Muslims who made contact with him, probably feel a little bit uneasy about this whole thing now, because they might think that he just coordinated and collaborated with Saudi Arabia against them or something. I don't know. This will now make it harder for ex-Muslims to seek asylum in the EU or anywhere, probably. It will also feed the racist narrative that all Arabs are terrorists, regardless of their faith, which I've already seen gaining predictable traction. The epicenter of this is the tragedy of the families of those killed and the trauma the survivors and their families will endure, of course, but even the far-reaching ripple effects of this will continue to cause devastations for so many. My opinion is just very easy on one of those things, which is that Europeans need to stop thinking they have a responsibility against the rest of the world to accept anyone coming from different countries. But that's pretty racist, of course. Jay said Dawood is wrong. It doesn't sound like an insane person.
He sounds exactly.
It
I
sounds
have to pull rank here.
The obsession with Rana and exaggeration of the video is a clear clue. He failed to infiltrate.
Bull. I'm going to pull rank on you. I'm going to pull rank on you as far as knowing what crazy people sound like. I've been in multiple mental hospitals, had many conversations with many people who are in mental hospitals. That's exactly what the paranoid people sound like. That's exactly what the people with paranoid delusions sound like. Now, here's what you could say. As a psychologist, he would know how to imitate a person with paranoid delusions. Why would he be doing that? He's sent as a mastermind to infiltrate and to get everyone on his side, right?
Wow.
He's supposed to be getting all the ex-Muslims on his side and to be building trust. If you're trying to build trust, if you're trying to infiltrate a group, your number one goal is to build trust. Why are you going to build trust by sounding completely unhinged to everybody? Why? Makes zero sense. So I'm not wrong. You're wrong, Jay. And besides, I don't know what you're saying I'm wrong about. I acknowledge that there are 5 or 6 legitimate theories that are live options that are good explanations that you won't know won't know definitively which one is true until some more evidence comes in. I'm just saying the evidence, the totality of the evidence favors one hypothesis more so than
Elon Musk retweeted an ex-Muslim. That's funny. Elon Musk quote tweeted her video that we just watched. She's from Germany.
Whoa, that's interesting. So Elon just amplified this guy's pretending. That's actually funny.
Elon Musk just highlighted, quote tweeted an ex-Muslim account.
Wait, what did he say about it?
Who explains this? WTF is the German press saying. Most people in Europe still think the legacy press is real when it is pure propaganda. Please send them links to X so they know what's actually going on.
And so now we know what's actually going on because we've got this lady. What are the proposed community notes?
We don't look at the community notes. We only look at what serves.
I'm just interested in what people are trying to respond.
It was a doctrine for Muslims as what Turkey expressed his wish to give the death penalty to Angela Merkel. What does it have to do with anything? Turkey is a Shia concept. Okay. What are the ones on here? Her logic is fluid.
By the way, guys, you see the disputes? Radical Shia or Saudi agent. So those are very different things, guys. Radical anti-Saudi Shia versus what?
Look at this community. Maral is an Iranian ex-Muslim and Shia. She fits. That would mean ex-Muslim and
ex-Muslim, and he's Shia Muslim.
She fits into the profile she is complaining about. So because Maral here is an ex-Muslim and former Shia, that means that you cannot trust her. She's not reliable. This is what the comment here is. This is a typical Islamic attempt here, probably. It's kind of funny. There is no evidence for the claim that the Makbul killer is a Shia Muslim. The killer has an account. Okay, he was a Shia Muslim. That's what we know. Well, community notes are terrible at this point. Terrible. I want to have a look at one thing. Actually, I want to first have a look at this because I just came across this. Islamic preacher in Germany. You can't stone a woman for adultery in Germany, but when we establish an Islamic state here, stoning will be legally allowed in the Sharia.
We're going to need lots of stones because we'll have to wipe our butts with the stones and stone all the adulteresses.
This guy is
Can you tell me how to wipe? With my hand a halata. Can you tell me how to wipe my butt?
It's one of the best songs ever made.
It is. That was a jam, man.
For those who have missed it, there is a song that was just published by one of the greatest musicians around, Sal, who just published a song which is called "Tell Me."
Hey, you should finish going through the super chats and then play it as the outro today.
Yeah,
we can all have a little listen party for this one.
Can you tell me how to wipe my butt?
it's such a beautiful song.
It's just a jam, man.
The thing is, I heard this yesterday, and I was quickly taking a bite, and I heard this. It got to this part, and I started cracking up and choking on my food. And
it was unexpected, man.
Yes.
It sounded like it was going to be me quoting Sahih al-Bukhari and then making fun of it, and then all of a sudden it breaks into song, and then he adds a beat to it. Boom! Can you tell me how to wipe my butt?
And today, I'm like, I took a shower, came out, joined my my family, my kids, and suddenly my two kids start singing this song. Can you tell me how to? Like, what the hell is going on? And my wife said she started laughing, and she said she played the song earlier, and they heard it and they found it funny. They were like, "Is that Daddy?"
Daddy's a famous musician now.
But yeah, this guy is famous in Germany. He is a Pierre Vogel. He's one of those people who were converted to Islam in the 2000s, early on, and
Fegelein.
He was one of those people who were pushing the theory that, oh, you see, everyone is converting to Islam now. Not too long, soon everyone will be Muslim, inshallah. Since then, things have calmed down quite a bit, so it didn't really go as planned. But anyway, let's see what he says.
Darf man jemanden wegen Ehebruch besteinigen? Ja, also du kannst natürlich nicht jemanden, wenn du hier in Deutschland bist, dann auch steinigen wegen Ehebruch. Ja, geht ja nicht.
The question is, can you stone somebody because of adultery? He says, well, of course, here in Germany, you can't do that.
Aber wenn jetzt ein islamischer Staat da ist, ja, wenn ein islamischer Staat da ist, dann ist es die Pflicht von dem Führer, diese Urteile des Korans durchzuführen.
But if there is an Islamic State, but when there is an Islamic State, then of course it is the obligation of the leader. It's kind of funny his choice of words here. He refers to the leader as the Führer. It is the obligation of the leader to carry out this punishment. So that's what he's saying. Not wrong. Pretty Islamic. Pretty Islamic. Why are you surprised? This is Islam. Alhamdulillah. Another look I want to have at this. You can see here how stupidity has become so famous on X. And when I see dumb stuff like this, it's just, it gets very difficult for me to take the statement seriously that that X is the most reliable source of information. Kim Iverson says in response to, why do Muslims need to live in Europe? Why can't they live in their homelands? She says, because we're bombing their homelands.
Which homelands are we bombing?
I don't know. Apparently,
so you have like if you think about the big refugee crises. So what? Syria? You had like millions of refugees pouring out of Syria.
Which, by the way, which happened because of infighting. It wasn't because we were bombing them.
Yeah, that was a bunch of different Muslim groups attacking each other. So I'm trying to think who are we bombing? Who are we bombing? That
the only countries that are currently that you could say that they are currently. The funny thing is, right now there is only Yemen that is being targeted as a result of there is a civil war going on. They are infighting, and
that's one side backed by Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and the other side backed by Iran.
By Islamic Iran,
they're fighting, yeah. And occasionally we'll have something to say about them bombing a ship or something like that, but
that's true.
Yeah, how's all this on us?
That's true. Then there's Sudan, which is currently just which has blockades or sanctions because of their also civil war and their genocide, which they are carrying out inside. Nothing to do with the West. Libya is not being bombed. It started getting really messy because of Gaddafi, who was a horrible, horrible leader. There's nothing going on here. There is the only places that were recently things were carried out, aside from Syria and Yemen, where, let's say, there was some action in Lebanon, which the other side started. Hezbollah started it. And then there's the Palestinian territories, which also started it. There is no place, there's no Muslim country that is being bombed by us. The majority of Muslim countries weren't even bombed in any recent time. What the hell is she talking about? But look at the interactions here. 55,000 likes. 55,000 likes.
Which is why she says stuff like this. Just say those kinds of things, and that gets you an awful lot of positive reinforcement.
55,000 freaking likes for such a dumb statement. I remember years ago when such a statement, when something like this was anti-West. No, she's pretending to be not anti-West, but pro-West. And they're trying to push this as a pro-West narrative. This is just so dumb. These people are...
But the people are retarded.
Yeah. I just said to her, debate this with me. And so far I haven't received a response, although she follows me. And I'm going to show you what I received as top comment in response to my debate challenge here. David, what do you think I received as response to my debate challenge to this?
Nothing. Or you've been humiliated already. Something like that. I don't know. You get any responses? Oh, there you go. You're a Jew. I will take this into consideration. Thank you. Powerful.
This is what I got in response.
That's powerful.
Because we're bombing their homelands. Oh, debate this with me. Jew. It's always about this. We're dealing with absolutely mentally retarded people who pretend that they know something about the world.
Dude, I noticed that. So we did a little show and we just went through some deranged things that Candace Owens has said. And the comments afterwards, people are pretty freaking nuts, man. Especially when I pointed out that my inclination is not to go with the conspiracy theory. There can be a conspiracy, but if I can explain everything perfectly easily without a conspiracy theory, or if there's a problem with my interpretation, but your conspiracy theory is like 1,000 times more insane, that I'm not going with the conspiracy theory. Turns out there are a lot of people who are very sensitive about not going with the insane conspiracy theory. They're like, you know what you're talking about? You're so stupid. Look at this. Oh, come on. The entire government was in on the bringing down the Twin Towers to do this and that. You see. Can you tell me how to wipe my butt with hikmah and a halal?
Yeah, I want to say to all those who have who jumped on the bandwagon of attitudes like this here, and who are here to push Nazi and anti-Jewish stuff, I have to say, I don't care how long you have been with me. I don't care how long you have been supporting me. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you believe in. Get out of here. I don't have any respect for you.
Get the hell out of here!
If you supported me, say, I have been here from the very beginning, but I didn't expect that you would support the Jew. Yes, I do. I love Jews. I love Jews. And you are pathetic people who should go and keep eating their own dirty socks that you masturbate into. Stop attacking and hating people for no other reason other than that you are a bunch of mentally unwell, mentally retarded people who have a lot of problems in life, and who think, why am I not getting things done? It's because of the Jews. Why are things not going right? It's because of the Jews. Why will the Jews not leave me alone? Go to hell, you bastards, you parasitic little imbecilic worms. You vile vermin cockroaches. Get out of here. I don't respect a single one of you. You dirty, filthy, little, disgusting cockroaches. Get the hell out of here. Anyway, this was my response actually when I quote tweeted it, which was, she said, because we're bombing their homeland. Here's my response. Here is a list of some Muslim majority countries we are not bombing. David, here's your response. Look.
I know. I already read that. I read it when you posted it because that's how I am.
But how can they choose any of these if they can just go to Germany? It's easier.
It is an important question, right, guys? You have dozens of Muslim countries, and any Muslim, when anything goes wrong in his country, wants to run to a non-Muslim country and not to another Muslim country. And Muslim countries don't want other Muslims from other areas coming to their countries.
Powerful. Powerful, 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 powerful. Songs of Relief said, you guys don't get any of this. You are meant to listen to one side of a story, jump to a conclusion, and then XOX on that hill. Do better. This is true. I'm sorry.
It is fascinating that this is the mentality of some people. It's like something happens and then they jump to their conclusion and then they attack anyone. There could be no information coming in. They'll cling to the idea that was put forward by someone they like, and they're just, nope, can't question it now. And then if they see someone going, actually, I'm not sure the evidence supports that, there's this other view, and then there's this view, we have to attack.
Powerful, powerful stuff.
It's very powerful.
Eric Barler, lunatic comes from the Latin word for moon, luna. It was thought the moon would make people act crazy. I know it's a bad pun. Is that actually true?
As far as lunatic, yeah.
It is? Oh, yeah, that's funny. From the belief that the moon's movements would cause intermittent insanity. Huh, that's funny. I love it. Comic Nuts 64. The German government is trying really hard to prove it's anti-Islam, but they're bad lies. Let's call a spade a spade. They can't fool us no more. Do we have to beat them in another war to show them truth? Merry Christmas. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, it was obviously undercover jihadists to make ex-Muslims look bad. Until proven otherwise. Prove me wrong. Comic Nuts 64. YouTube made me censor. Powerful. I'm sorry it happened to you. Graham Finlayson 5 said, reminds me a lot of the Daryl Brooks incident. David, do you know who Daryl Brooks is? You don't know who Daryl Brooks is?
Neither do you, but one of us is going to look it up.
Shame on you. Shame. ESPS, have you seen Visegrad recent post about Stockholm? I haven't. Can check it out. And Wyckoff, my super chats were from the start of the show. Your evidence shows he's nuts, but Tusi really thought he was a jihadi. Yeah, I think there was it's a kind of a mixed bag. There's he could be either. It's really messed up. In any case, absolutely filthy scumbag, enemy of humanity, and should be punished in the severest ways.
Daryl Edward Brooks drove a sport utility vehicle through the annual Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, United States, killing 6 people and injuring 62 others.
I will just block some people here. Finally, good. Okay. Well, Robin Hood, YouTube or Apple censoring a reasonable comment. Oh no, thank you. Merry Christmas. Joshua Wooden, AP is just jealous because a raven is a far better bird than a turkey, and the bears and ravens represent real football. And Merry Christmas to all here. Thank you. Appreciate it. This is very true.
The Ravens football team is basically the Mike Winger of football teams, so they'll just
nobody cares about schoolboy football. Mosh Cohen, this just keeps getting weirder and weirder. 2C TV had interesting info too. I don't know, man. Sounds like a page from the Muslim Brotherhood playbook. Could be anything. You know, these people are crazy. Until proven otherwise, until somebody can disprove it. This is how we do things nowadays. Until somebody can prove me wrong, this was clearly an undercover jihadist trying to make ex-Muslims look bad. That's it.
Can we conclude that the Dawa clowns of the world united to send this guy to infiltrate Germany,
yes,
all to make the ex-Muslim community look bad and stop Germany from bringing in ex-Muslims.
Yes. Don't forget how much money Qatar pours down all over the West, and they are known to go head-to-head with Saudi. Man, this is definitely unique. This is true. You need to get rid of the Qatar fundings. Mossab Hassan Yusuf for the children said, AP, you need to ask Santa for a new computer like David Wood asked him for a new chair. Do it for the children. Did you really ask Santa for a new chair? Is that how you got a chair?
Yep, and he brought it early. He's like, oh, let's get this chair now so you have a nice chair in case you go live on Christmas.
It is totally based.
Time and Chain says MSM wants to will blame MAGA. You already see. Yeah. At first Israel and then MAGA. John Empire Power, just Islamic traumas, needs Christ, love the neighbor. To do that. I'm billionaire David Wood new chair inspired me to get a new monitor. AP now needs to get a new computer. I upgraded from 23-inch to 32-inch, but Momo wasn't able to upgrade 1.8 inch. She really had to connect it to that.
That was as unexpected as. Can you tell me how to buy? Guys, if you listen to the song, it comes out of nowhere.
We'll play it. Mossab Hassan Yusuf, none of the trolls will ever be as white as AP's profile pic. Insert Homer Simpson meme, nerds. Yeah, it's true. Have you seen my profile pic? What are you talking about, white man? Goat up, AP, you'll never be a goat. Stop trying. Sure. Stephen Thomas said, all the you're not white stuff about irrelevant. It's garbage, I know.
Right.
Arctic based.
It is totally based.
If the Magdeburg terrorist attack was really an ex-Muslim Islamophobe, the attack seems rather irrational. Schizophrenia, split personality disorder. I also thought for a minute there, I thought split personality is something that you could really bring into this whole story, but it's also a very, very controversial.
All you need is paranoid delusions. That's where you interpret everything as like someone's out to get you, like he sounded like. But in addition to that, he also sounds like some deranged control freak, like someone who has to. You have to do what he wants, or he's going to flip out on you and view you as an enemy and so on.
That's true. I interpret different sound like a threat. Yes. Infinite Oneness. Why do leftists love Islam? Because they love rape. Peace be upon me. AP, you practicing taqiyya. Get the hell out of here. Thank you. I will. EDJ, he sounds like a jihadist who was tired of seeing that Muslims were the only crazy ones doing attacks, so he tried to make apostates look bad too. This is true. Magnifico Gigantus, Islam is a disease, meet the cure. Turkish dictator enthusiast and his 1% Jewish sidekick. Huh. This is kind of racist here.
Who's that? Who's the 1% Jewish sidekick?
I'm probably talking about somebody else. I don't know.
I'm 2.7%, so it's definitely not me.
Oh.
I'm 2.7% kosher, 100% dope.
Ali and Hussein were killed by Zionists. GG Ryder, Ali and Hussein were killed by Zionists. Abu Bakr and companions were crypto Zionist Jews secretly working for Mossad. You see? Those not familiar with Shia stuff, Ali and Hussein are the son-in-law and cousin of Muhammad and his children. So that's that. And they are very highly valued in Shia Islam. Soldier of Grass said, anti-Islam terrorists, two words that are oxymoron. Germany should raise voice against this jihadi terrorist who is shamelessly lying about, as taught by his Sharia manual. Islam can never be compatible to the West. There is one thing that I want to go through, but I don't think we have time anymore because David looks like he needs to go poop or something. I don't know.
Can you tell me why my butt?
There is a thread here, which has received a lot of attention and has 25 million views here about this terrorist. But I can highlight a few things very quickly because lots of people sent this to me as well. The claim here is in the first post of this thread that Talib Abdul Mohsen flees Saudi Arabia after being accused of rape and implicated in serious crimes. This is only a statement made by this person without any evidence at all. It would be interesting if this was the case, but there is no evidence at all except that Saudi sources say this kind of stuff without presenting anything at all. It might just be that they're trying to clear their own image and present themselves as the good guys. This guy was not one of us; he was a bad guy, and so on. You can't trust Saudi Arabia. People shouldn't take any of this at face value. Saudi extradition request ignored. Saudi Arabia formally requests his extradition, but Germany denies the request, citing human rights concerns, despite clear evidence of his criminal activities. Again, no evidence of criminal activities at all. After arriving in Germany, Abdul Mohsen reinvents himself as a dissident, publicly declaring himself an atheist and ex-Muslim. This move appeared strategic, likely aimed at securing full asylum protection in Germany by portraying himself as a victim of persecution rather than a fugitive of justice. Once again, I don't see any evidence for it, but makes sense. Abdul Mohsen begins working in a government hospital in Germany as a psychiatrist. Shockingly, while holding this position, he is publicly active in criminal activities, including human trafficking, smuggling young girls, encouraging girls and minors from Saudi Arabia and Gulf countries to flee to Germany. This is not a criminal activity. This here is not a criminal activity. This is a criminal activity to Saudi Arabians, but it's not a criminal activity at all. Encouraging girls and minors. What he's talking about is that he may be. There is no evidence to it that there may be Saudi Arabian girls who are interacting and saying, "Oh, I want to go there," and he might be messaging with them back and forth, and that's it. If that's it, there's not a crime. There's no crime to this.
Yeah, guys, just wanted to point out as well. Think about the he's lying hypotheses on the table. One, he's a radical Shia Muslim, right? Two, he's a radical Sunni who is following, who's an agent of Saudi Arabia. Three, he's actually condemned by Saudi Arabia and he's running from Saudi Arabia, who wants to kill him because of his crimes. Guys, these are completely different theories. And guess what? You can go to people who are defending every one of those theories, and you've basically got a problem if you're not accepting the theory. So, guys, this is what I'm talking about. It's a rule. If you have limited information from unreliable sources, you can come up with dozens of different theories that can make sense in light of certain limited information from unreliable sources. But you're just wrong if you don't cling to one of them.
Yeah. All of this could be true, but I don't see any single piece of evidence. But it could make sense that this guy was a criminal, and he did these things because, and he started representing himself as an atheist ex-Muslim to get away and to reinvent himself and run from his crimes. And eventually, he snapped because he's a deeply disturbed individual, and so on. Mm-hmm. Could be. Maybe he's an undercover Islamist who did all of these things.
Maybe he's an alien. Maybe he's an alien sent here to confuse humanity to prepare for the alien invasion. We can say anything, guys. And guess what? That would actually fit the data. That's why he sounds a little bit off. He's an alien, for crying out loud.
Abdul Mohsen makes explicit threats against Germany, which authorities dismiss as freedom of expression. He was active on. I haven't seen a response that they dismissed this as freedom of expression. Here's the thing. It doesn't make sense to me that Germany would be aware. Like, no matter what you think about the justice system in European countries and in the West, it's a little bit of a stretch. It's a bit of an exaggeration. It doesn't make sense to me that Germany would be given clear evidence of rape and human trafficking activities and all that, and they would just be totally okay with it, and even give him or allow him to work in a government hospital or a correctional facility, while being presented evidence of him doing horrible, horrible things. That's a little bit of a stretch to me. Germany is not Saudi Arabia. He makes explicit threats, gets ignored. Saudi Girl reported Abdul Mohsen's terror threats to the German government via their official X account, and they didn't respond. This is true. She did report, and the account didn't respond. It could be because of Incompetence. Team des Bundesamts für Migration twittert über gesellschaftliche Vielfalt. I don't think there's any note that these guys are accepting complaints over here. Oh, wait. They made a statement about this. Let's see. Das Bundesamt hat im Spätsommer letzten Jahres einen Hinweis über seine Social-Media-Kanäle zu der mutmaßlich für den Ansteigenden Empfang der Person erhalten. So, I will just put this in a translator and have it translated like that. I can't bother translating all of this. What? Stop judging me, David. La, 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 la.
Guy who's raised in Germany needs a translator.
It's too much to tell just on the spot translate, man. I don't want to do this right now. What's your problem? You don't like my methods?
Can you tell me how to wipe my butt?
You don't like how I do things?
Can you tell me how to translate German? Even though I was born and raised there.
Okay, here. In late summer last year, the federal office received a tip via its social media channels about the person suspected of being responsible for the attack in Magdeburg. This, like every other of the numerous tips, was taken seriously. Since the federal office is not an investigative authority, the person who provided information was referred directly to the responsible authorities, as is usual in such cases. Please understand that we cannot comment on specific individual cases beyond this. Are you freaking serious? Wait a minute, I didn't read the whole thing. Is this really what it says? Da das Bundesamt keine Ermittlungsbehörde ist, wurde die hinweisgegebene Personen wie in solchen Fällen üblich die Verantwortlichen. Bitte haben Sie Verständnis, dass wir uns darüber hinaus zum konkreten Einzelfall nicht äußern können. This is serious. Okay, so they are saying, yes, we were contacted and informed about these criminal activities or possible threats. However, since we are not an investigative bureau or department, we have basically this person was forwarded to the necessary department for this. This is ridiculous. Even if this department here is not in charge of handling such complaints or clues or hints, to just forward that person to a different department instead of
So guys, the idea is someone came and said, hey, this guy's talking about like killing people and slaughtering people in Germany. And then they say, go somewhere else, go to this other department. And we don't know what happened there. But this department's like, it's not our fault. We said go to a different department. So this ain't on us. Don't blame us for this.
Yeah, people are saying pretty much, this is a very good comment. So, aren't you embarrassed? People died, and it's important to you to make it clear that you weren't responsible. Like, it's, what they're saying here, what they're basically admitting here is, well, yeah, we received warnings about this person, but it wasn't really our job. So, we just told the person to go somewhere else. Okay, I take everything back. I think Germany is completely capable of being incompetent enough to actually host criminal people and allow them to work in government positions. Sorry, I'm taking all of it back. I'm taking every praise to Germany back. This is just messed up, man. I don't know what to say anymore. Wow. Is this what Germany has become? This is not how I remember Germany. Seriously, this is not what Germany is known for. I don't get it. This is so weird. The statement basically means, yes, we were informed about about the threat, but it wasn't really our job. So,
not my job, son.
I mean, if I'm
we'll follow orders if we're given orders, and we don't care what it is. We don't care. You can order us to do anything. We'll do it. We'll do it. but that wasn't our job, so don't blame us.
If you received a tip that clearly shows that that a person is saying, "I will not live by the end of this year, and I will happily slaughter lots of Germans," and so on. If you are informed about this tip, let's say technically, officially, it's not your job to investigate this. If you are given this tip, would you not internally forward and take this seriously? Or would you just say, "Oh, that looks really messed up, but it's not my job after all, so I don't care." Wow, man. Go top AP, you have lots of Irishman support. I'll be taking my Lucky Charms and leaving. You're not even in Ireland, man. People who are people who have Irish ancestry but are not in Ireland do not count into the Irish category.
Well, it's what you get though for insulting the Irish like you did earlier.
Stop LARPing. There are lots of people who are like, "I'm Irish. I'm Irish, man. I'm Irish. Yeah, I'm Irish." Yeah, you're not Irish. AP, you have lost this Irishman. No, the Irish are Palestinian. They're the real Palestinians.
That's true.
That's BS. AP, look up what the guy did. Nazi in Cannes. Humst? What? Michael Feldman, sorry, AP, like you and David Wood, but you are just a little bit better than Putin. Look into it, please. Ukraine is just a little bit better than Putin. Okay, I didn't say that Ukraine is great. I didn't say that Ukraine is the best place in the world. I didn't say that Ukrainians are the best humans on this planet. I didn't say that Zelensky is the best man ever.
You said you worship Zelensky and that he's the Messiah.
I said that Ukraine has a right to its sovereignty, and Putin is an imperialist scumbag who has no right to do what he's doing. That's all I said. Sivako says reform is basically just rainbows and hippies. This is very racist against Reform Judaism. Vitaly Koshin, if that guy is talking about Stefan Bandera, he's wrong. Bandera was arrested by Germany. Not to say Ukrainians have always done the right thing. That would be a lie. But Ukraine at least denounced its wrongs against Jews. This is true. That said, Bandera also initially collaborated with the Nazis. And you could say that he was aware of how messed up they were. Malkave and Anarch still have nothing interesting to add. Here's some money. Thank you. Appreciate that. That is something interesting to add. Vitaly Koshin, I'm just asking questions. Does anyone remember a quote of Hitler about Christianity being weak and praising Islam? Haha, you see?
We do recall such things.
Well, it just turns out nowadays they just show it very quickly that Nazis and Islamists are natural allies. They come together very, very quickly and start being friends and buddies and all that. It's just really stupid, man. Is there any more hints of Aryanism in Germany, but with Islam the head of the spear? No, it was never really there. Jan Schofield, what is Azov Battalion Brigade AP? Azov is a tiny little faction inside the Ukrainian militia forces, which was at some point absorbed into the army to fight for them, but that was in the past openly Nazi, and that did at some point disavow the Nazi idea. But yes, even if they are Nazis, they are a tiny part of the populace and of the militia and of the army. When they formed a political party, they didn't get any votes. They didn't get elected. So if this is your evidence that Ukraine is Nazi, then I have some really, really bad news about Russia. Russia has a very, very well-known militia that is known as the Wagner Group, which is a Nazi group. And they're fighting for Putin. Very well known. Jeremy, yeah, he is not stable, not even maybe, alhamdulillah. Time and Chance, Tusi and Mansour Ashkar have good advice for us re-Islamists. Deport them all. AP, are those rosary beads I see very interesting? Yeah, it's, yes. Tina L, Sam Harris proves religion, Islam, Taqiyya did this. You see, Sam Harris proved it. Many people blame politicians like Merkel for opening the border and don't take Islam seriously. But when did AP leave Germany? Maybe it was AP that scared these people, and after he is in USA, they bombed. This might be, there is some truth to this. This is why I say ex-Muslims are the only solution to this Islamism problem. And this is the proof. Aidan Quinnen says, The Irish are now being called Palestinians. I'm ashamed of the anti-Semitism in my country. I feel sorry for you, Aidan. But not for Ireland. I'm Belina Sahih Muslim 1300. Say small stones. Maybe Germany just wanted to give the possibility for specific persons to wipe their butts with these massive stones. This is very offensive. AP got a new PC for Christmas. What is your excuse? I didn't have a conversation with Santa about it yet, but I'll try. The mind of Satan is pure lies, and anyone that uses taqiyya, acceptable to lie in Islam, is an agent of Satan. True. Thanks, gentlemen. Another heinous attack, regardless the motive, it at least has roots in problems surrounding Islam. Rest in peace to the victims, said Unicorn. True. Lloyd444 said, I would like to point out us Protestant Northern Irish are not pro-Hamas and believe Israel has the right to exist. We have Israel flags flying in our streets, and even our flag, Ulster flag, with the Star of David on it.
Nice try, but we're not buying your tequila, Lloyd.
How about no? I don't buy your Ella.
We don't buy your tequila. What?
That may very well be true. I don't really know about the whole Northern Irish stance on.
You're gonna believe a drunken Irishman?
You make a fair point, Lloyd. Sorry, not taking this seriously. But can't trick me today. Stefan Thomas said, greetings from Germany. Do you know Irfan Pizzi? Of course I do know him. I was on his channel, and I also recorded an episode with him, which I'm going to publish this week. Avi Genuth said, serious question, is Western Europe totally lost? Have they committed cultural suicide? David, take your time and answer this question.
Serious question, is Western Europe totally lost? Have they committed cultural suicide? It's not totally lost. I've said 1,000 times. You're dealing with populations of 5-6%, maybe 9% Muslim populations and so on. So that's not completely unmanageable. You could deal with the problem. What I've been saying for 2 decades now is the longer you wait to deal with the issue, the further you push it off into the future, the more difficult it's going to be, because there was a time when you could have dealt with things completely peacefully. And now you're getting to the point where you're leading to an inevitable bloodbath. And I'm not saying, ooh, we need a bloodbath. I'm saying you're going to get a bloodbath. If you keep pushing this off to the future, then you will eventually get Dawa guys and Sharia files and stuff saying, now we're taking over. We're just taking over London. We're taking over everywhere. We're taking over. And then you're going to get people who are saying, no, now it's too late. But what do? Now you've got millions of guys ready to fight over this. And so bloodbath. But guess what? Historically, people have settled things through bloodbaths. It just sucks. It just sucks that you could have avoided the bloodbath and you chose not to. You chose to. Nope. We definitely only want to solve this through a bloodbath. That's what sucks. And all the people who pushed this off and screamed at everyone, Islamophobes are racist, every time they brought up a legitimate concern, that future blood is on your hands.
Powerful statement. I'm Belina says, German police and judges are maybe busy to hunt down social media posts. What a real threat. Get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Fun Gaming AP should look up Mohammed Mossad, ex-terrorist pro-Israel. What do you think of the things he says? I shall look it up. Okay. I will fly you both here to Northern Ireland to prove it. Yeah.
Do it.
Do it. I dare you.
Do it.
I dare you.
While we're there, we want to see some cool castles and eat a bunch of Lucky Charms and go to a bunch of cool Irish pubs to get drunk with all the Irish people.
I'm telling you right now, Lloyd, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. I don't believe you.
Let's see the tickets, Lloyd. Let's see the tickets.
I don't.
We want to see the Israel flags. We want all the whiskey. And we want castles.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you for a second. Prove it. Convince me. Show me. I don't believe you. Celeria says, well, after watching 4 hours, I still don't have any certainty with regards to this guy's motives.
Neither
but
do I.
enjoyed sharing with my family over dinner. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
guys.
glad that we at least did that. But here's the thing. My takeaway, very briefly, is lots of people that I like, people that I love, people that I know, and so on, have said that this is an undercover jihadist terrorist who wanted to get away from things, snapped, wanted to make Muslims look, ex-Muslims look bad. It was all part of a plot, and so on. I understand. I get where they are coming from, and there are lots of hints pointing at that direction. And I would say, while I understand that, and while lots of things that this guy did fit into that theory, I personally don't know if that is entirely true, because there are too many absurdities involved in that. Another theory is that this guy is actually an ex-Muslim, but he went bonkers and he went insane and has mental problems. That is, I think, in my opinion, more likely. That is a theory that makes sense to me. The other theory is that this guy is my brain is completely fried right now from everything that we've been talking about. But to me, it's somewhere between insane or undercover jihadist, and I don't have a very firm position on this. However, since the discourse is not reliant on facts and evidence, but rather on simply taking positions, and since I see the Islamists take the opposite position, I will say, for my part, that I hereby conclude that he is clearly and definitely a jihadist who just did this to make ex-Muslims look bad. Prove me wrong.
And I'll say it like this, Solaria. Yes, I don't have certainty either. AP already acknowledged that he doesn't, and that's the situation. So, guys, quick rundown. Suppose you have 5 different hypotheses. We actually have more. It's like 6 or 7 that I would regard as live options here. If you had, like, let's say 5, just to keep it simple. If you had five hypotheses and you had no evidence to distinguish between them, you're supposed to apply what's called the principle of indifference. Namely, you would assign them all an equal probability. And that's until you start having reasons to favor one over the other. So if we had, let's say, 5 hypotheses here, you'd say all 20%. Then as evidence comes in, that starts shifting them. Oh, this one fits the evidence better. This one, has a little problem here. Everything we've seen so far, I would say the view that he is actually an ex-Muslim, but has mental problems and reacted violently to his deranged belief that the German government is like stealing his stuff and plotting against him and working against him because they're trying to, by force, impose Islam on Europe. That, to me, I would have, after all the evidence, I would say like 50% that, and all the other hypotheses would have various degrees and they'd all add up to about 50%. But notice, saying that something is 50 seems like 50% probable or 0.5 probability isn't enough to say that is the correct option, because there are still multiple options on the table. And so more evidence will come out in the near future. This guy's still alive. We're going to probably hear stuff from him. We're probably going to hear about the questioning of him and so on. And so it could change things. More evidence will come out. More people are going to go through more of his past. More witnesses, people who knew him, are going to come forward. More evidence. But notice, if I say something, hey, I kind of lean in that direction, looks like that is the most probable explanation to me. Still have to wait and see if I'm gonna affirm that position.
I don't really know if we're going to hear more about this guy. And do you remember the guy who did the shooting in New Zealand?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything from him ever since?
Brandon Tarrant.
Brenton Tarrant. Yeah. Haven't heard anything from him since.
Total dork.
He thought he was going to change the world. Freaking lunatic. Yeah.
Yep.
Kathy has said AB's thoughts are too depressing, so he let David Wood answer. This is actually quite correct. I thought to myself, I'm just going to say a bunch of very, very, very depressing things. I'll just leave it to David for now. So. Powerful stuff. What airport do you want to fly from?
JFK.
Came in July, so okay, JFK. I'm joining JFK.
JFK, we agree, but you would have to notify us well in advance.
July 12th. Okay,
because we would have to clearly put it on our calendar.
Show me the tickets
and show us what the local pubs are and what kind of whiskeys they have there.
Renee Constantino, he's an anti-Islamist sympathetic to AFD party, doesn't add up. Sleeper cell, probably. Dude, your jihad against Mike Winger fails if you compare him to the Baltimore Ravens. If Mike Winger is like Ray Lewis, that's major cool points. David Wood, I don't know what you
Ray Lewis retired about 1 million years ago. So I'm talking about the Baltimore Ravens now. Even though you can have a good person, I can't even call him the greatest person. I like Ray Lewis, one of the greatest of all time, but he's still on an evil, sick, disgusting team. And you could have like Nazis and have a good person who was just sucked up into Nazism and stuff and forced to obey it, even though, so anyway, you can have otherwise good people caught up in pure evil movements like the Baltimore Ravens.
I have no idea why you guys are talking about schoolboy sports. You go to school as a kid, play some sports, and here we are sitting talking about it. What is this?
But I stand by it. Baltimore Ravens, disgusting, evil garbage. And so
I feel like I'm doing a live stream with Mike Winger. There you have it. Lloyd will fly you to Ireland, and there you can stream with drinking shots for everything a Dawa guy says. We shall do so.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the pub and we're gonna play videos of Dawa guys, and we're gonna play the drinking game. And it's every time a Dawa guy promotes banging a prepubescent child, then we're gonna take a shot. And sadly, we'll probably die on that trip from that one game, but it'll make a good point.
Aidan Quinnan said, Lloyd is telling the truth about the Protestants of Northern Ireland openly supporting Israel. I'm a Catholic from Republic of Ireland. Nice. See? You have two Irish people here supporting each other.
We have two people from Tequila Land, Whiskey Tequila Land, and we're supposed to believe them. Come on.
Maybe they're collaborating just for the sake of representing their own.
That's probably Lloyd's other. That's probably Lloyd's other account.
Okay, but they're both sworn enemies.
Come on, Lloyd and Aidan.
But if you put Lloyd and Aidan, somebody from Northern Ireland and somebody from from Ireland,
he says he's from Northern.
Each other. They kill each other.
Okay, look, I'll make an account right now, and I'll say, I'm super Muslim guy, but I agree with David. And AP will be like, what? He's on the opposite side of the issue. He must be telling the truth.
But they're making it in different currencies. Are you saying this is a genius plot here too?
Yes.
I don't know. Interesting. Well, I don't know, but it seems that to me, I am more sympathetic toward the fake Ireland perspective, which is Lloyd, than the real Ireland from Aidan here. Although the real Ireland sucks and the fake Ireland might have some redeeming qualities because it is not part of Ireland anymore. I'm not sure who to believe until I come there and see it for myself.
All I'm saying is, the name Aidan Quinlan, doesn't that seem a little too?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. That's like oh, here's and the Scottish guy agrees with me too. His name is Finlay McClenaclan. It's like, come on, dude. Come on.
Yeah. Weird. It's a little bit difficult to believe. Yeah. But anyway, we will find out once Lloyd is totally gonna fly us over there. Right. Anyway, anything else, David?
Nope. Be back tomorrow.
Inshallah. But I want to play the best song ever made.
Oh, yeah. Gotta have that.
And then finish with that.
Here we go.
David, I will not see you on the other side.
You said Nazi.
I will not see you. This will play and then we will be done with the stream. So good night.
Good night and goodbye.
Goodbye, cruel world. We'll be live tomorrow again, inshallah.
It'll be based.
Based.
It will be totally based. Wow, you're doing a bang up job.
Okay, all right. Here you go. Powerful. See ya.
We have to tell them how to poop and give them the wisdom, give them the hikmah. We need the hikmah. We have to give them the hikmah. Civilize them.
This is Sahih Muslim, 1300. Jabir reported Allah's messenger as saying, odd number of stones are to be used for cleaning the private parts after answering the call of nature. And casting of pebbles at the Jamras is to be done by odd numbers, 7. And the number of circuits between Al-Safa and Marwa is also odd, 7. And the number of circuits around the Kaaba is also odd, 7. Whenever any one of you is required to use stones for cleaning the private parts, he should use odd number of stones, 3, 5, 4, 7.
Oh my goodness, now it all makes sense. Allah is one. One is an odd number. Therefore, we need to wipe our butts with an odd number of stones so that our wiping can be more like Allah. This is how Allah wipes himself too. Allah uses an odd number of stones to wipe himself because he is odd. How could he use an even number when he's so odd? Alhamdulillah, you see, children, you see, your religion is not inferior. They are jealous. They are jealous of Allah's oddness. They don't know how to.
Can you tell me how to wipe my butt with hikmah and the halal touch? Can you tell me how to wipe my butt with hikmah and the halal touch? Can you tell me how to wipe my butt with hikmah and the halal touch? Can you tell me how to wipe my butt with hikmah and the halal touch? Can you tell me how to wipe my butt with hikmah and the halal touch?
Ground control to number 1. We need to use an odd number of stones.
Wipe my butt. Wipe my butt. Can you tell me how to wipe my butt? Wipe my butt.
Now I got my big boy pants, big boy chair.
Big boy chair.
Feeling like a big boy. Look at this. Already had the big boy cup. What?
Can you tell me how to wipe my butt with hikmah and the halal touch? Can you tell me how to wipe my butt with hikmah and the halal touch?
You're here to civilize Uranus.
Stay away from Islam.